What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the first day of December. It's Monday, December 1st, 2025. I cannot believe that the year is over, ladies and gentlemen. It is crazy. We're in the last month of the year. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, like I said, the first day of December. It's officially Christmas time. 24 days until Christmas. But we're live. We're alive. Are we going to jail? Are we all going to jail? Wait, why? There's a Luigi Mangione news as well. We'll be talking about that. Are you heading to Belfast for a kneecap, or is it just Dublin you're headed to? I'm going to be going to Belfast too. Oh, I'm going to Belfast. Oh, I'm going to Belfast as well. All right. Anyway, yes, I will be going to the north of Ireland. Hasan Mrs. Flight story incoming? No. Derby izledin mi? What? Derby? Never had it. One Piece updates are back. Yes. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's exactly what I'm going to do really quickly before we get right into the news, because there's a lot going on in the world. But in the world of, are you going to Northern Ireland? What's Northern Ireland? Do you mean the north of Ireland? I am back to one peak. You mean just more Ireland? Anyway. Jacksepticeye collab. I don't think Jack is in Ireland. He is Irish, but I don't think he lives in Ireland. It's anti-Irish that you're in Dublin the 1 week I cannot travel up. Well, sorry. How was the Kuma flashback? Dude, don't even bring that up. Because honestly, I get teared up already. I get torn apart. I crowed last night, okay? I teared up, I tored up, and I crowed. Yeah, I watched Egghead till 2 a.m. I fell asleep watching the first couple of episodes, and then I woke up, rewatched it, and I'm kind of glad I rewatched it, but also kind of not glad that I rewatched it because honestly, I just stayed up. I stayed up for hours. Watching, and I stayed up till like 2 a.m. because it's peak. Egghead is peak. All I'm going to say is Egghead is peak. Kuma on top. The world government will never pay for their crimes, okay? The world government will never be able to pay for their crimes. That's all I'm going to say. It's going to be seasonal next year? Yeah. I think the Kuma, like, backstories on One Piece are big tearjerkers regardless, but this one was particularly crazy. Oh yeah, we got Jeff in the reply saying the flashbacks always hit, but that one hits really different. My man gave literally all of himself for his daughter's future. Yeah. Anyway, we're not giving too much away, but you know, it's just like, it was sad, bro. It was sad. I was full of tears. What is this? You got Fox News mentioned talking about China and U.S. schools. Nice. Kuma is my goat. And I'm going to be honest with you. Kuma is my goat. Okay. Oh, yeah. Banana Fish. I saw that. I saw the AI dubbing on Banana Fish. Kuma is my goat. I love the revolutionaries. I cannot believe that anyone, and I mean anyone, would ever look to these guys, like would look to Oda's writing and assume anything other than the fact that he is quite literally a Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, third worldist, who believes in violent revolution, okay? Who believes in revolutionary communism. I'm upgrading my assessment, okay? I'm upgrading my assessment. Oda personally is a Che Guevara stan. Oda personally is a Fidel Castro stan. It's just, look, all I'm saying is I see a lot of myself in Kuma, and I don't mean because, like, I know everyone's already talked about. I mean, I come from a very privileged background as opposed to him, but my point is he also has a massive body, and a lot of people look to his massive body and look to his normal head, his normal size head, and they think, oh, look at how tiny your head is. And it's like, it's not. His head is not tiny at all. Like, I literally, at a certain point, went up to the TV to measure his head. Okay, I went up to the TV and I put my finger like right around the outline of his skull, and then I placed it on all of the other characters on the screen, because I was like, this motherfucker has the same size head as everybody else, but he just has a really big frame. Okay. And I did that. And if you think that that's weird or whatever, sorry, I don't think it's weird. I think it's normal. Okay. Maybe I have some body dysmorphia due to a lot of people making fun of me and saying I have a tiny head. I read this 1 year ago. The tears were falling. I was hoping you watched in one go and not episode by episode. Yeah, I'm glad that the flashback wasn't about that, brother. Yeah, that's why I crowed. Don't bring that cope in the big 26, big dog. Yeah, I'm bringing it. It's not cope. It's not cope. It's not cope. I think it's normal. He has a normal size head. I think that's one of the biggest crimes that he withstood, not the enslavement. Okay? But the fact that people think that he has a tiny head when he just has the same exact size head as everybody else, it just happens to look maybe a little bit tinier because of his massive, ginormous frame. And I really need people to understand that. Okay, so why Ireland? What is this? China W, people are too Western to understand this shit. W, cope. Why are you going to Ireland? Why Ireland? Why not? I love Ireland. I've never been, and I'm excited to go. So, yeah, that's all I'm going to say. That's what I did last night. I ended the broadcast, and I watched, ended the broadcast, shot the Fear Ant podcast. The Fear Ant crew is back together. Get excited. Don't get it twisted. Go watch it. Banger episode, as always. Banger episode. Banger. Not only is it a banger episode, but it's also a banger paywalled episode as well. You already know. How long will you stream today? Don't worry about it. I mean, I'm going to probably stream like 5 hours, 6 hours. But in any case, have you seen the Your Party conference? No. Are you in Ireland right now? Yes. Yes, I'm in Ireland. I brought my setup to Ireland, and Kaya as well. Yeah. Yeah, I brought it. This is not even a green screen. No, I'm just so wealthy that I brought my mansion, my mega mansion. It can fly. I moved the whole house. So, where was I? Is Kaya going to Ireland with you? No. I feel like some of you guys are that you have to be kids, right? Like, some of you ask questions because you either want to relive the glory days of being a child and being truly free, asking such questions, and then I think others are just straight up children, because I forget sometimes that there's like straight up children that can be on this broadcast. In any case, is your mansion inside of a jet or a mobile island? Yeah. Will you see Kneecap? Yes, I will. Okay, Mr. Adult, when did you grow up? I don't know. I didn't want to, but I didn't want to, but I did. Okay, so I've been watching since I've been 12. I ain't never ask you anything stupid. Oh my God, your brain is fried if you've been watching me since you were 12 and the 50-month subscriber. But congratulations on what, like being 18 now or something. I don't know if you're like 18 or 19. You're still a kid though. Anyway, better you fry your brain with my commentary than like Andrew Tate or Nick Fuentes though. So there is that. In any case, where was I? So, do you know Super Eye Patch Wolf? I'm a fan of his content, but I don't know him like that. I don't know him personally. Will I IRL stream in Ireland? Yes, I will. I started modding for you when I was 18 and a freshman in college. Yeah. How far we have come. Okay, so, yeah, One Peak is goated. One Peak is life. One Peak is amazing. I'm glad I banked the episodes and didn't immediately go back to watching it week by week. I'm glad I didn't do that because it's way more impactful when you can just like boom, 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 watch it back to back to back. So, are you watching Gachi Akuta? Yes, I am. Do you live in Ireland? Yes. Are you going to visit any castles? No. Okay. What are these questions? Yeah. Oh, personal news wise, went to bed at 2, woke up early as hell, woke up at 6 so I could go get a lift in, because I need to get back to my regular schedule. It's fucking insane how hard that's been overall. And, yeah, that's it. I was tearing up last night watching Egghead. Kuma is my normal-sized headed goat. His head size is normal, but his body is abnormally large, making it seem like he has a tiny skull when he obviously doesn't. And I hate that people think that he has a tiny head, but he doesn't, okay? Also, upper body day. You already know what it is. That's a 230 spot. No big deal for 5. Look. No failures there. Boom, boom, boom. Got it. Hit that. 225 for 8, 230 for 5. Not bad. The only part of my body that is still gaining strength is my chest, it seems. But we're still working at it. We're still working at it. And yeah, we got a fit. We got a fit for the day. Here it is. I know a lot of people get mad. Large pants? Yeah, I love my large pants. Not going to listen to your AI slop. I like people getting mad at the We Are Charlie Kirk song, but only because it's AI. Like, you're not getting mad at the Charlie Kirk song because it's horrible to listen to. You're not getting mad at the Charlie Kirk song because it's like, disrespectful or anything. But you're mad at the Charlie Kirk song because I love your style so bad though. I know. Everybody always says that. People say my style is dog shit. People say I am devoid of style. But I think what's important is that you feel confident and comfortable in your own skin and wear things that you like. And I like this. So that's why I'm wearing it. I hate it because you always blast that shit since it's mixed like shit, 9,000% volume. Just wear Yoji, bro. It'll be good. I am wearing a Yoji shirt right now. You can't really tell, but The speed at which you went from the somber realization of his death to throwing meme songs on your IG stories is wild. I mean, like I was doing like I was posting Ciao Bella while I was working out, and people tried to cancel me for that. Like, and that was like a couple of weeks after. I don't know if you remember. They were like, "Oh, I can't believe he's like posting while he's working out with Ciao Bella in the background." If you remember, that was also another attempted cancellation. So, yeah. I'm not a fan of white men wearing huge size clothing. Sorry, it's not. Wait, why just not white men? What the fuck does that even mean? You cried during the Kuma flashback, didn't you? I know you did. Yeah, I did. I tore up. I teared up. You look ready to slay demons with the power of K-pop. I love that fit. 10 out of 10. Thank you. We are bringing anti-white Chinese rhetoric into the big 2026. The amount of criticism you get for living your life online is insane. Yeah, I mean, it's just accessibility. It is what it is. Who cares? Live your life. You know, live Moss is what I say. Got that opium fit on? Yeah. Yeah. Also, let's be real. I fell off this year. I am not even in the mentions for top anti-Semite of the year this year, which is pretty devastating. I must admit, kind of cooked. I am the most cooked anyone's ever been. As you can see, stop anti-Semitism. It's that time of the year. 2025 Anti-Semite of the Year. Vote for your top 3 candidates by Friday, December 12th. Tucker Carlson, Miss Rachel, Guy Christensen, Marsha Cross, I don't know who that is, Bryce Mitchell, Cynthia Nixon, Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, Stu Peters, and Calla Walsh. And it's awesome because like this list literally has, first of all, they decided no more DEI, okay? It's clear. They were like, oh, we got to go after the whites, okay? We got to go after the white anti-Semitism. That's number one. Number two, how is Nick Fuentes not even on the list? Like, what the fuck? For those of you questioning why Fuentes wasn't on this year's list, we have been monitoring Fuentes' anti-Semitism since 2019. While he was a finalist a few years back, his absence for this year's cycle does not erase his anti-Semitism. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. They're like, no, we've been monitoring him. Like, you put Miss Rachel before Nick Fuentes, you're a fucking psycho. Like, also, no Hasan, I fell off. Let's be real. Wait, was Candace ever on the list? Yes, Candace beat me. I was number 2. I was number 2 last year, and Candace was number 1. She beat my ass. Anyway, you fell off, goat. Defamation is essentially legal in the U.S., but if we lived in a country with real defamation laws, Miss Rachel would have a very strong case against these people. Yeah. Anyway, but it stays in your fam. Are they trying to self-sabotage? Why, Miss Rachel? I need you to understand something. I need you to understand something. And I mean this very sincerely. This person is mentally ill. Like, there is no way to try and understand what's going on here beyond she is a deeply mentally ill person, like a genuine, like a person who has some very, very serious mental health complications. Okay, no disrespect to the mental illness chatters. Okay, but this is like, this is a person who is deep in the throes of, it's one person. It's not a real organization. It's like one psychopath from Long Island. And she's been on, I think she was on like CNN or something the other day too. Like, it's not, it's a real, it is a really insane thing. Okay. She is like one mentally ill wine mom from Long Island. And the problem is, I think this is what happens when you have like schizophrenic tendencies, and instead of like getting the adequate healthcare and the adequate like mental health, people around you basically lean into it and they just say like, no, queen, you're doing the best thing, right? Like you're doing, you keep posting, please don't stop posting. And like, this is what happens. Like she's getting validated by other people who also have that same kind of brain worm, if that makes sense. And in my experience, from what I have seen, is this her? I don't think this is her. I think she might have hired someone. I think she's a brunette. I don't think she's blonde. So she may have hired someone else to do this for her, or maybe it is her. I don't know. I feel like she's a little bit older than this lady. Yeah, she's like a brunette lady that's older than this chick. But my point is, Hasan discovering hair dye? No, that's not. I don't think this is her. My point is, the Hasbara operation all around the world, but especially in the United States of America, heavily relies on people's worst mental health complications. My mom thinks Miss Rachel is a legit anti-Semite and it fucking sucks. Yeah, I think Miss Rachel is a great example of like, if you think that she is in any way, shape, or form anti-Semitic, you might be too far gone. Like, I don't think there's any salvaging that. If that's the level of like propaganda that has been beamed to your consciousness, I don't think you can return from that. I think you just got to kind of give up on your mom. It is what it is. You know, focus on other stuff. Focus on other areas of agreement, and I guess like maintain a relationship and try to navigate it to the best of your ability. But I don't think you're ever going to be able to. I don't think you're ever going to be able to pull her off that ledge when it comes to Zionism, right? It's pretty. I thought you said anyone could change your mind. Yes, but also there's a finite amount of hours and only so much that you can do. Just because I believe that anyone can be redeemed or anyone can have their minds changed doesn't mean that you should literally spend every waking moment and exhaust yourself and all of the limited time that you have on someone who you cannot change the mind of. I don't think it's a no contact situation. Like I said, I will never advocate for like no contact unless it's like actually actively hurting you. You know what I mean? Like being around people is like actively a burden on your life. It's just that sometimes it's okay to give up on family members. And I would say that giving up on your family members, like if you're Jewish, and you have older Jewish relatives who are just like they're out here saying like Miss Rachel is anti-Semitic. Like I understand if you have older Jewish relatives and they think I'm anti-Semitic. My name is Hasan, right? I'm Muslim, and I do not shy away from talking about like groups that are considered, you know, too radical to touch, right? Like I get that. I'm not an anti-Semite, but it doesn't matter. Like I can understand why like an older person could, an older Jewish person, especially that has like seen a lot of Zionist propaganda and internalized it. Like I can understand why that person could arrive at that conclusion, especially with the Islamophobia. Okay. Having said that, if you are thinking that, you know, white lady Miss Rachel, whose biggest crime is basically saying all children should be saved and protected, including Palestinian children. And that is like, if that's like anti-Semitic to you, that means you are too far gone, you are too lost, and it might be, you know, it might be time to just not, you know, you just save your energy elsewhere. I think you can have a lot more success elsewhere. That's all I'm saying. Chad, is this a green screen? Yes, totally. Anyway, is the jacket army logic? No, it's not. We have. I'm cutting off my entire family because they're crazy evangelicals. Do you think that's bad? Hello. First of all, poo poo pee pee man. That's the assessment that you can make on your own. Okay. Like, don't ask me for that. I don't know the entire details, but like I said, in my experience, it's like it's entirely dependent on like how much psychic damage that's doing to you necessarily. Okay. That's it. Poo poo pee pee man. I believe in you. I'm sure you will make the correct assessment. The perfect summary of that list, yeah. Or where was I? Say his name. You won't be laughing when poo poo pee pee man. He is one of the most revered and respected chatters in this community. Okay, we're going to talk about the Wokelahoma University Bible paper, Pete Hegseth ordering war crimes, no war in Venezuela, new immigrant restrictions unlocked, and also stop anti-Semites list came out, and I'm washed. And also Ireland tomorrow. Get in now. I trust a baby with poo poo pee pee man. When you think about it, the baby is the ultimate poo poo pee pee man, right? Like that's a baby automatically is a poo poo pee pee man or a poo poo pee pee woman. So that's just kind of how it goes. Same with grandparents, same with cats. Is this the new leftist theory? I've always said that. Okay, does anyone have a blast off meme for me? No smoking Austin. He looks so cool. I will watch that after in a second. I just want to blast off real quick. Do you see the report? Crash Patel leaked to the New York Post. It's just people in the FBI shitting on him. Oh, that's really funny. Sorry to ask, but will you finish Dispatch before Ireland? No. Like that's clearly not going to happen. Chatters, come on. I can't. I don't have time. That's an insane. Like, this is Monday. I got to do Newsday. There's 2 episodes, 2 hours long. I don't have 2 hours that I can do on Dispatch. Some of you guys need to, Gaming frogs when the gaming binge ends. The gaming binge hasn't even ended. It's just like, I gamed for like 4 hours yesterday too. It's just like, gaming frogs are so crazy because they literally are just like, oh, you did 4 hours? Well, obviously the natural move here is to do 5 hours today. And it's like, no, sometimes I'm not going to be able to, sometimes I'm not going to be able to do as much gaming as I would like. Okay. I apologize to the gaming frogs who have developed an appetite that is robust. Okay. Okay. Do we have a... Bro, you're hilarious and entertaining when you game. Of course, you always are, but you're fun when you're gaming as well. All right, I don't see any movement in terms of a blast off meme in the chat. It seems like we're not getting a blast off meme here. Okay, so I'm just gonna use the Kuma one. Okay. Hold on. And also here is where the hell did my tweet go? Okay, I'll just post it here. And we'll watch Austin blasting a ciggy. A lung dart right now. Okay. Here it is.
both when you like. Okay,
I can't believe he's
He's trying his best. Oh God.
Oh my God, don't inhale these. These are awful. Oh.
My man said, don't inhale.
Wow. He looks so cool. That's the skinniest dart I've ever seen. Yeah, Chonghua cigarettes are very, very slim.
Oh, okay.
Did you used to cig? Yes.
Wow, Austin.
You're so Chinese right now.
I cannot believe he said do not inhale.
Feel pretty good.
Make your chatters.
That makes you feel good?
It does just take one. You know what?
Yeah, no, he's just is not for him. He somehow made it uncool to smoke cigarettes. Yeah, we were talking about this on the podcast. He thinks that he looked cool as hell. That's the irony here. He genuinely thinks he looked cool as hell, and now that I've actually seen it, I cannot believe how uncool he might be the first man to make smoking look uncool. Anyway, here is the blast off meme and the blast off tweet. Yeah, the anti-smoking ads are getting too good, okay? They should just pay him to do this.
Okay, let me do this for you, can I? He's trying his best. Oh.
She immediately blows it in Caroline's face, too. God, I miss China. I gotta go back, dude. He's inhaling it like a joint. Yeah. He he lit it up like it's a crack pipe. Okay? He lit it up like a crack pipe. He instantly inhaled it and then blasted it in the face of all of the women around him, leading to every woman around him running away, like turning around and running away.
Oh God.
It's just not for him. It's just not for him, you know? As someone who doesn't smoke cigarettes and only smokes joints, what's the difference between taking a drag of a cigarette instead of a joint? I don't know. I mean, I've smoked both. Huge difference. It's not, you don't rip as big, I guess. You don't rip as big as a pull. I don't know. I don't really remember. He's nowhere near as Chinese as you. The difference is there's poison in the cig. I mean, joints are far more harsher on your lungs. Wait, really? I don't think so. I think they're both pretty bad in general. Vapes are pretty bad too. They're all bad. Putting things in your lungs is bad. That's why I quit smoking. If there was a way to smoke cigarettes and get that same head high without it being like bad for your lungs, I would do it all the time, nonstop. It would be the number one thing. If only there was a way. It's very difficult to quit. It's one of the most difficult things to quit of all time. Isn't that nicotine patches? No, I'm saying like the delivery mechanism. The delivery mechanism or just like if you could deliver the same head high and the same feelings and make it look the same without the poisonous impact, it would be the best. And it's not even just like lung cancer. Lung cancer is obviously the worst aspect of it, but like there's a pretty terrible quality of life adjustments that you need to make, like not being able to go up a flight of stairs without coughing up a lung. It's just terrible. It's just one of the worst addictions of all time, I think. I quit when my aunt was diagnosed with lung cancer. It made it much easier. Yeah, the smell is bad too, but it's just, that's everybody else's problem, really. Because you get used to it and you don't give a shit. It permanently damages your lungs, even if you don't get cancer. Yeah. What is this? I smoke weed every day, but I offset the damage by walking to work every day. Okay, good luck. How long did you smoke for? A couple of years. Maybe like half a decade. I quit before I turned 30, though, and I've never looked back. Did you see Charlie collaborated with edgy and racist Wubby, says the Omni-Marxist. Edgy and racist Wubby? What the fuck are you talking about, Chatter? I don't give a shit about any of this stuff. I don't even know which Charlie you're talking about. But please, it's just, I shouldn't even be reading shit like this. Jesus Christ. Edgy and racist Wubby. Do you mean Charlie Kirk? Is that what it is? Charlie Brown? Who the fuck? Which Charlie? There's so many Charlies. Charlie XCX? One cigarette takes 7 minutes off your life? I don't know if that's the case. All right. We have blasted off on that. And yeah, let's get to the Stop Anti-Semitism list. Like I said, Stop Anti-Semitism came out with the Anti-Semites of the Year list, 2025 Anti-Semite of the Year. Vote for your top 3 candidates by Friday, December 12th. And I have to come to the conclusion that I am washed. I am the most washed I have ever been in my career. Obviously, last year I lost to Candace Owens. I got second place with Greta Thunberg in third. And neither myself nor Candace Owens nor Greta Thunberg is on the list this year. And I guess it's because Stop Anti-Semitism as a policy of no repeats or something, which I think is really strange. What do you mean no repeats? Like, oh, sorry, you won one Oscar. You can't win again. Okay, what's the point? What's the point of doing anti-Israel content if you can't win every year for being the best at anti-Semitism? Like, this is weird to me. It's weird to me that like they have this kind of policy anyway. But yeah, this is a pretty decent summary of it. Zion is putting Miss Rachel, but not Nick Fuentes on the dumb list. Like maybe she should make up for that by doing like lifetime achievements or something. You know what I mean? Because or like a Hall of Fame or something. Because like a lot of people were mad. For those questioning why Nick Fuentes wasn't on the list this year, we have been monitoring Nick Fuentes' anti-Semitism since 2019. While he was a finalist a few years back, his absence from this year's cycle does not erase his anti-Semitism. Rather, it allows us to focus attention on other individuals who are spreading hate, i.e., we do not recycle candidates from year to year. And it's like, I think they should branch out and be like, who's the sexiest anti-Semite? You know what I mean? Like, maybe do like new categories, and it's not just like, maybe do a new way of just like adding additional anti-Semitism. Like, what's the biggest like edge case? You know what I mean? Depending on how crazy this psycho is that makes this list, maybe they could just be like, who's like the worst liberal Zionist? You know what I mean? Like, who is the worst at like, is it like someone who is very clearly pro-Israel, but thinks like some of the things that Israel is doing is bad, you know? Like you could do a category specifically for that, where you're like not sufficiently pro-Israel, which means you're anti-Semitic, right? Yeah, the most Jewish anti-Semite, you could do that. Yeah, you could do like an entire category just for like Jewish anti-Semites, you know? Like who's the worst? Who's the worst of the worst? Bro didn't win back-to-back and already inventing new categories. I'm just saying, like, the fact that I got nominated and then didn't win means that I should at least be nominated again, because I'm going to try. Secret Hamas member category, that's a good one. I like that. I like that. Millennial Anti-Semite of the Year. Yeah, you could do a generational breakdown if you want. Most anti-Semitic Israel supporter. You're not brand friendly enough. Yeah, they're like, we've achieved that our goal here. Oh, they could do, yeah, that's a good one. Most likely to become an anti-Semite, as in like someone who is currently pro-Israel, but like maybe too critical of Benjamin Netanyahu. You know what I mean? Someone who's like, Benjamin Netanyahu's good, but also I think maybe he should dial it back. And it's like, oh, that's most likely to be anti-Semitic next year. Like rising star. Yeah, anti-Semitic rising stars. Do you see what I mean? Anti-Semite laser beam or induced by car crash. You'd be so mad if you were to lose to Adam Friedland. I would be mad because I've tried so hard. I've been trying so fucking hard. Yeah, lifetime achievement for anti-Semitism. There are so many different wonderful categories that this weirdo could create. And for some fucking weird reason, she doesn't put her whole heart into it. And it's very frustrating. It's like, you can do better. You can literally do better. Anti-Semitic in remembrance. Yeah. Who are some of the top anti-Semites that passed this year? You know? Open presence. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. I'm just wondering if we can go around calling whoever we want anti-Semitic. Why aren't we expanding the umbrella to Zionists whose whole political ideology relies on intensify harm to Jews? Israel needs to exist because Jews aren't safe anywhere. Endeavors to blend in the lines between Zionism and Judaism so people incorrectly conflate the two. Yeah, okay, that's boring. Okay, that's not... Yeah. Leora Reznichenko is definitely an anti-Semite. Also, she appeared currently getting sued by multiple people across the country. Wait, they're suing her? That's also anti-Semitism. That's... Wow. If you get defamed by this psycho woman from Long Island who has been able to present herself as like a serious institution somehow, like a credible institution, even though it's just like one psycho lady, right? If you are suing this one lady from Long Island for defaming you, you are the biggest anti-Semite. Most anti-Semitic IDF vacation locations, yes. Thailand, Greece, okay? under 30 anti-Semites, I like that. I think, anne, bana şu diğer kahveyi verir misin? Bir tane daha olması lazım. So, she's just one person. She can't plan this whole award show by herself. We're trying to help her. We're trying to help her. Why Thailand? I don't know. I see a lot of like posts about how like IDF veterans love going to fucking Thailand, and apparently Israeli tourists are so goddamn annoying in general. They're somehow even worse than American tourists, which is quite difficult, right? So no, I got it. So basically what happened is they literally have like no Israelis like placards and stuff. Yeah, they have like they have grown a real distaste for Israeli tourists. True, I went to Thailand this summer, and brother, they made American tourists look Japanese in terms of being well behaved. Yeah, there'll be like no Israeli signs and stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, We Are Charlie Kirk live performance would go hard at the award show. Yeah, JD Vance performs We Are Charlie Kirk at the award ceremony. Dude, the sky is the fucking limit. I swear to God, you could have so much fun with this award show. Okay? Guys, I know I'm never going to win another industry award ever again. Okay. Partially because of shit like this. So at least let me have something. Okay. Let me have this award. Leora, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Please grow this award show and make it into the beautiful award show that I know it can be. Okay? I'm not just saying that because I am never going to be invited to like the Streamies or the Video Game Awards or any number of different award shows like that ever again. And ever going to win it ever again, let's be real. And this is my only opportunity to win an award. But I think you have an opportunity here. You have an opportunity here to grow this thing, okay? Make it the most beautiful award show that I know it can be. Reminder that Stop Anti-Semitism is just one unhinged lady with an internet connection. In a sign of how serious our legacy media is, the New York Times took her assertion that Miss Rachel is funded by Hamas seriously. Yeah, and Jake Tapper hosted her on his show as an expert on hate. Like, think about that, dude. That's how psychotic it is. You can be one cyber stalker, okay, with a deep mental illness. And if you're doing it at the behest of Israel, you can go on CNN and New York Times. Like, think about that. Think about that. That's how much legitimacy you get. That is how much institutional legitimacy you get. You can be a literal freak. This is the type of shit that under different circumstances, if she was like disinvested in like, you know, video games being anti-woke or something, right? Video games being too woke. If she did this exact same thing, which many people do on the internet, like if I was one of these lolcow autists online, and I spent the last decade harassing female video game journalists and finding and figuring out which developers in my favorite video game franchise were trans and just like doxing them. And then I see this one psycho from Long Island literally get like institutional credibility, go on Jake Tapper, go on the New York Times, and have all of these like reputable media institutions treat this person like super sincerely as though they're a serious figure, as though they have like something serious going on. I'd be pretty pissed. You know? There are dudes out there who are just as sweaty, who are just as gross as this one lady, and they've spent the last decade on Kiwi Farms and 4chan cyber stalking people, which they call A-logging, right? A-logging people, and they get no credibility whatsoever. They get no recognition for their work. Meanwhile, she's getting all the recognition for doing this for like, what, 5 years now? I don't know how many years she's been doing it. Just lose gracefully. HasanAbi, OMG, not a good look. I don't know. If I can't even win this, who can I mean, what can I win, right? That's what it is. But yeah, that is real. Like that part, I'm being sarcastic about a lot of stuff here and joking about a lot of stuff here, but except for this thing, which is that this one psycho has been, you know, reported on as though she is a serious figure invested in targeting and combating anti-Semitism in America. Okay? That is insane. That's insane. It would be like the New York Times bringing in a race realist, white nationalist, white supremacist as a primary source, a confidential source to disparage someone who had recently won like the New York mayoral primary or something, and report on his breaking news story about how this person could have hypothetically maybe checked the box in a Columbia University application, in a university that he never went to 2 decades prior. You know, it would be equivalent to that, right? Oh shit, they did do that. My point is, when it comes to Israel, all bets are fucking off. And these reputable institutions that are supposed to have some veneer of credibility, that are supposed to be first and foremost invested in informing the public, drop all remaining standards. And they behave in the most insane ways. It's crazy. I knew your analogy was too specific. Yeah. Oh. How does it feel to get mocked by Miss Rachel? I am a fedayeen for Miss Rachel. I will go to war for Miss Rachel. I will fight battles for Miss Rachel. I think it's insane that, I mean, nobody really takes this shit seriously, as you can probably tell from the fact that we're all joking about it. And I'm genuinely offended that I wasn't brought up this year as even a candidate after getting second place last year and losing to Candace Owens in the end. So, but yeah, Miss Rachel's awesome. I got snubbed for real. Yeah, I got snubbed last year because Candace made a much bigger impact, I guess. And there's no honorable mention structure that they have. But I think the very fact that they don't even add Nick Fuentes onto the list implies that they are busted. Do you think it's more than one person working on it, or is it just one lady? No, it is one lady. Or like, I know that Stop Anti-Semitism is like operated by one lady. Maybe they hired more people, because like there's always big donors that love funding shit like this. It's kind of like the ADL. The ADL basically cut down their entire extremism glossary researchers, because they have like actual fascism researchers in the ADL. They chopped it down this past year when they got the most amount of funding they've ever gotten. Like Jonathan Greenblatt literally was like, yeah, we're just pro-Israel. Everybody knows it. Fuck it. We're just going to be we're just going to be more open about it. We don't really give a shit about any sort of extremism. We just only care about defending Israel. And I suspect that Stop Anti-Semitism probably got more donations post October 7 as well. But you know what? My family getting a nomination is kind of like me getting a nomination, right? That's just how I feel about it. Even though I did fall off, let's be real. I fell off pretty hard. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Yeah. Yeah, it's cope. I'm coping. I need to get way more aggro with my anti-Israel sentiment. Anyway, apparently, experts sound alarm amid concerns over Chinese influence in schools. Where does anyone have a timestamp of where I get an honorable mention by Fox News? Do you know? Apparently, they brought my name up on this when talking about it. Xi Van Fleet, who survived Mao's Cultural Revolution, joins Fox and Friends Weekend to discuss Chinese influence in American schools and her broader warning on communism nationwide.
Owned groups have been buying up schools across the United States, including Spring Education Group, with ownership of 240 schools across 19 states. And they're funded by a Chinese investment firm whose CEO has been described as, quote, an ardent Chinese nationalist. Xi Van Fleet was born in China, and she lived through the Cultural Revolution.
Short. We'll just watch
She
it.
joins us now. She, always great to have you on. You know what? I've been following a lot of stuff with the CCP. I didn't even know that they were, owning or donating to 240 schools. Explain to our viewers why the Chinese would want to have this happen, what they're up to.
Yeah, I think it's so important for Americans to understand that CCP, since its founding in 1921, always regard America as its arch enemy and has been never stopped working.
No, literally wrong. Wrong to a degree where it's like, not only is this wrong, But it's so wrong that I would go so far as to say that like the USSR post World War II was the number one op for America and vice versa, whereas China, in many circumstances, in many instances, with the exception of like the Korean War, for example, was aligned with the United States of America on foreign policy, as a matter of fact. So definitely wrong. And also extra wrong when you say like, oh, since 1921. That's super wrong. They were incredible allies during World War II. What the fuck?
To weaken and undermine the United States in order to replace it to become world superpower. And education has been the very important battleground. And since the early 2000s, they started with the higher education, with the Confucius institutions everywhere in the United States. And then they moved to the public schools with donation and exchange programs such as sister school programs. And now they're moving towards private schools, buying a lot of them. And so in 2015, they bought the high school, New York Military Academy, where Trump attended.
Yeah.
And why? They're not here to make money. They're not invest to make money. They're here to take over American education and turn our classroom into the little red classroom and our education into American education with CCP characteristics. What they really want is generations of people like Hasan Piker. This influencer just went to China and then told his millions of followers that China offered the solution for America. Communism is the solution to the problems that capitalism created in America. That is what they want. And that is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, it certainly.
That's right, baby. That's right. That's right. That's what I did. That's me. Let's go. It's so, dude, I like that this is a controversial opinion. A controversial opinion is, hey, instead of, I don't know, go into fucking war with Venezuela, we should do robust development projects in the United States of America, not dissimilar to how the People's Republic of China has been able to modernize and urbanize at a rapid rate. Like, let's use some of the unlimited resources that we have in making America a dominant force for good around the planet, as opposed to endless wars, as opposed to endless extraction of natural resources from the global south. Nope, not allowed. We have to do more war with Venezuela. Fuck you. It's crazy that is like that's an unacceptable thing. Like this is considered, not only is it considered unacceptable, but it's actually considered inappropriate and dangerous. Okay? In a world where this is considered inappropriate and dangerous, that someone says, hey, you know, while China has plenty of issues in its own governance as well, and you know, ways of governing that Westerners would probably not appreciate, there is a lot of good lessons that we can learn from how well they've developed in such a short period of time. And you say that, and people go, abso-fucking-lutely not. How dare you say that? That is insane. How dare you say that? It's crazy.
Is and by the way, you mentioned that New York Military Academy, that is the school that President Donald Trump. So clearly, they're trying to influence the elites in the future elites.
Like the Confucius Institutes that they talk about are basically like educational partnerships. Okay, that's what they're talking about. It's like to promote the Chinese language and culture. That's it. That's the stated goal of Confucius Institutes. It's like the same principle behind like sister cities, you know what I mean? To promote like international cooperation, things like that. And And these people literally fucking lose their minds. They're like, no, this is propaganda. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you think it's dangerous propaganda to say that like there are certain things we can learn about how China was able to develop so rapidly, if you find that to be dangerous propaganda, then you're a deeply unserious person, okay? If you think it's dangerous propaganda to promote international cooperation with every country, including with China, and you think that that's dangerous propaganda, perhaps you're the one who's doing dangerous propaganda, okay? It's ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous. Ultimately, all of this revolves around basically saying China bad, China bad, China bad, China wrong, China bad. That's it. Yeah, I'll get to this quick TikTok why rich Chinese students are studying in America. Oh, I know this one. Here, I know the answer to this. It's because they can't get into Peking University or Chinese universities, and that's why wealthy people go to America. Because in comparison to Chinese institutes of higher learning, it's much easier to get into fucking Harvard, especially because there isn't a lot of greasing of the wheels to get into. There isn't a lot of greasing of the wheels to be able to get into the Chinese universities. It's a strictly meritocratic process. It's the same principle behind private institutes of higher learning in Turkey as opposed to the much more competitive public institutes in Turkey. It's the same for Turkish public high schools and public colleges, which are free and are incredibly difficult to get into because it's purely based on your scores, as opposed to private institutes, which are a little bit easier because there is already a paywall there. That's it. The reason why a lot of wealthy children of wealthy Chinese people and like party members and stuff come to the United States of America as opposed to staying in China is because they can't get into the best possible Chinese university. It's the same in any country that has like a public. It's identical in any country that has a public institute of higher learning process. If you have public colleges, public universities, they are going to be really, really, really competitive. It's not just almost all of Asia that follows this structure, for the record. It's just most countries that have a public system has a similar merit-based approach. France is different in that regard. University is public and easy to access, but in Japan, it is how you describe too. This isn't to say that like the universities, like the top public, like the second tier universities in China or in other places are bad. They're still pretty good. It's just that you can actually basically buy your way into an institute of higher learning in the West, specifically in America, especially because American universities rely on foreign students who pay like 2x, 3x the amount to fund all of these big initiatives and big projects. That's part of the reason why Donald Trump actually came back and dialed back his aggressive approach to Chinese students coming to the United States of America and was saying like, no, this is good actually. We need the Chinese. And then Laura Ingraham famously was like, what do you mean? They're not French. And he was like, oh, do you think the French are so good? They're not good. We need the Chinese. We need the Chinese. Sen ABD'ye gitmeden Bilkent'e girmemiş miydin? Hayır. Hayır, ben Amerikan Üniversitesi, ben ÖSS'ye girdim ama hiç yani bakmadım bile Türk üniversitelerine. There's also an associated prestige on certain countries with regards to universities as U.S. universities better. It isn't something everyone necessarily agrees with, but employees are unfortunately older people that have internalized white supremacy and American exceptionalism. Yeah, I'm saying you get more bang for your buck. Like, if you are ÖSS dedi. Yes, evet Ank'ım abi. Amcayız. Hasan amca. Hasan abi değil, Hasan amcayız amına koyayım. Evet, ÖSS'ydi benim zamanımda. the name of the I'm so old that the Turkish chatters are making fun of me and calling me Unk because the national test, the name of the national test is changed because I took this fucking test in 2008. And the name of the national test in Turkey has changed. I don't even know what it's called now. But back in my day, it was called ÖSS. Anyway. Ancient history now. All right. Let's move on from this. Let's get into some fun stuff. Welcome to Unk Status. I've been at Unk Status.
Congress is asking new questions about
lawmakers. Chinese TikTokers are spitting HasanAbi.
Americans living in a superior lifestyle compared to Chinese. Dude, stop sending me these stupid messages. I'm 38 years old. If in my 20s, I may believe you. Also, I lived in California, Bay Area, 4 years. I see your homeless people. I see your middle class people. Okay, if you are a millionaire, you have good life in United States.
True.
When you want to compete two countries, people living standard, compare rich to rich, middle class to middle class, poor to poor. Your poor people sleeping on the street cannot afford fresh food. In China, the poor people sleep in their own home, able to afford everything basic human needs. All right, electricity, internet, fresh food, just medical bills also, college even. You know, that's how affordable for our Chinese. And our middle class in China, their living standard probably better than your upper middle class. You never lived in China, dude. You need to wake the hell up.
Yeah, but can he afford Coca-Cola and Netflix? I mean, yeah, you can. But to be fair, it's not the same. You know what I mean? It tastes different when you're tasting it with freedom. Reading this, Oxfam, 10 U.S. billionaires have had their wealth increase sixfold since 2020. No, I know. It's just like capitalism creates this incredible consolidation of wealth, right? And basically the number of winners gets smaller and smaller every fucking year. Okay? The number of people who are winning under capitalism gets smaller and smaller every year because that's just how the system is designed. And eventually it's just going to be like one guy who is the quintrillionaire, and even the other billionaires are like, we don't have enough money. We're suffering. It's awesome. So look forward to that. It'll probably be Elon fucking Musk. It's getting to a point where, like, you know, in America, millionaires are what remains of like the middle class existence in this country, and the actual middle class, the overwhelming majority of people are relegated to what you would consider to be lower class. Okay, like poorer than middle class. This doesn't mean that like millionaires are not doing great overall. They are. It's just that the way that wealth consolidation has worked makes it so that most of the people that you would consider middle class are now not doing middle class existence. Like they don't have a similar material existence that the middle class had in like the fucking 70s and 80s. It's awesome. Great stuff overall. We should just have one person own everything, I think. Yeah, the top 10% of wealth in this country is responsible for 50% of consumer spending, and not a single person thinks this is bad. Well, or at least not a single person in power thinks this system is like fundamentally busted. Okay? Jackson Hole and Alpine, Wyoming are great examples. The millionaires complained that the billionaires kicked them out of Jackson, and they have to build their $15 million mansions in Alpine now. Yeah. How about my system where God owns everything and there's one chosen man to control it, all on God's behalf? I mean, that's where we're moving towards. Yeah. Around 70% of the U.S. economy depends on consumer spending. As wealth concentrates in the richest 10%, the rest of America can't afford to buy enough to keep the economy running. And even within the top 10% of wealth, the wealth consolidation still continues. Ironically enough, in the top 10% of wealth, they are the people, myself included obviously in this bracket, are living highfalutin, fancy lifestyles, okay? At a time when there is like tremendous pain and tremendous struggle for regular ass working class people, okay? But even within the top 10% of wealth, even there is a tremendous amount of wealth consolidation happening there as well for the top 1% in the top 10% of wealth. It is fucking insane. That's why you see articles that are brain breaking. I saw something about like a woman who left her Google job where she was making $369,000 a year and how she was able to secure $1.5 million in retirement funds to be able to retire early. And it's like, really? This is what we're talking about? Oh yeah, just get a fucking Google job for $369,000 a year so you can actually retire. It's that easy. It's that simple. Meanwhile, you got people that are working, 10 years on their job with no prospects of getting no prospects of career advancement, and retirement seems impossible. It's incredible stuff. Let's see what Robert Reich is saying here. Around 70% of the U.S. economy depends on consumer spending. As wealth concentrates in the richest 10%, the rest of America can't afford to buy enough to keep the economy running. This is a huge problem, and even America's most powerful CEOs are starting to sound the alarm. Oh, yeah, the McDonald's CEO was complaining about this.
The Big Mac has a big problem. According to the CEO of McDonald's, fast food chain saw a double-digit dip in visits from lower and middle-income customers in the first quarter of 2025. The reason? Customers can't afford it.
Holiday spending reached a record sum this year. You are exaggerating a bit. Okay, once again, you have to look at who's doing the expenditure, who's doing the spending, because that doesn't change what I'm talking about. Again, the top 10% of wealth is responsible for 50% of all consumption in this country now. Okay, the top 10% of wealth. That means the bottom 90%. The bottom 90% is only responsible for half of all consumption in this country. That's insane.
While the stock market is riding high and the Trump administration is slashing taxes for corporations.
Yeah, spending is up, except items purchased is down. Spending is up, and yet the number of people spending is down. I wonder how that happened. Perhaps inflation might have something to do with it. I don't know.
Nothing is trickling down to everyday Americans.
What we see is it's really kind of a two-tier economy. If you're upper income, earning over $100,000, things are good. What we see with middle and lower income consumers is actually a different story.
This shouldn't be all that surprising. The warning signs were there for anyone paying attention.
We are on the way to becoming a two-tiered society, composed of a few winners and a larger group of Americans left behind.
The other side of this story, of course, is debt. The other side of this story is debt. Because, yeah, also saw a breakdown showing huge percentage of holiday spending was financed by using buy now, pay later apps. You got fucking Klarna. You can do advanced payday loans to purchase Domino's in this country. And you're out here being like, well, spending is up technically. Okay, so is debt. None of this is good. I feel like all of this is alarm bells ringing. I know a lot of chatters have made jokes about how I have not had a credit card for most of my life and refused to get it. Okay, but there is a principle behind that too. It's not even like an ethical thing. It's just that I've always had the mentality where it's like the idea that I have to like take on debt specifically so that people can realize that like or institutions can recognize that I'm good with the debt is so stupid. And it's weird because like must be nice. No, I'm talking about I'm talking about when I was broke, dude. What the fuck? Like this structure is entirely different elsewhere, okay? This structure is entirely different elsewhere where if you don't have a credit card in the United States of America, you are not a part of the system. You're not a part of the credit scoring system. They punish you for not having a credit card, right? So technically, even if you are spending only as much as you have, okay, without taking on debt, and ironically enough, the appropriate way to do this is by taking on debt, but only as much as you can pay for it, right? But there's no need for that additional middleman there. There's no, like, there should be, Hasan, you were not broke? Okay. No, I was. I know that a lot of people say that that's not the case, but I absolutely fucking was. It's so crazy that this is, oh my God. I do not have a billionaire parent, you fucking losers. Okay. Oh my Lord. It's so funny because all of this is straight up on camera. Okay. I know, but you still were not. I got money back from the American government my first year of employment. Okay? I don't know why people think that they know better than myself about my actual existence, my living circumstances. I lived in the fucking kitchen of a frat house the first year I lived here. Even at the point where I was on Twitch, I was making 60 grand a year, which is literally nothing for Los Angeles, okay? With 3 roommates. Anyway, none of this actually matters. People think you're saying you grew up poor. No, I didn't grow up poor. I never said I grew up poor. I grew up very affluent. I'm talking about the period of my life when I was in fucking college, or post-college rather. In any case, at that point, simply because your parents had money, people will say you couldn't have been broke, regardless of whether you had access to it all the time. No, but my parents also no longer had money by the time I got to college. So it's wrong. It's something that I've talked about quite a bit. Anyway. Regardless, I don't know why we're talking about this. It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, there's like clips that you can find from back then.
Just like getting this chicken out of the little container. And unfortunately, a lot of people use like organic chicken and whatnot. I use whatever kind of chicken I can get because I'm not very wealthy. So that's part of the reason. This is like a very...
No, but I'll have you know, I was actually lying. I was faking it. I was actually a billionaire at this point. But I just chose to lie and continue along with this lie by living with 3 roommates at the time. It was a deep 5-head infiltration move. You know? Lol, that is the kitchen of a rich person? Yeah, exactly.
It's like a very cheap alternative. But it tastes really good. It has really good macros, so that's literally why I do it. It's one way I've been able to lose so much weight. And I know so many people ask this all the time, which is why I'm doing this right now and I'm talking about it. So yeah, this is already like a difficult process, guys. To like get this chicken, to free this chicken from its boundaries, while also trying to describe to you the process in which I
Chat is being so fucking annoying today. Holy shit. This is why the community doesn't grow as much. I mean, yeah, that's part of it. Anyway. Like all of this stuff is also like readily accessible for people who are wondering. You know, if you wanna see the background of HasanAbi Piker. But this is when I was like explaining the process of using manager's special chicken. That's what I did to get high protein. I would eat chicken, but I would go to the fucking, I'd go to Ralph's or Pavilions and get manager special chicken, which was like about to expire. Roughly how many years ago was this? This is in like 2018, I think. But wait, how the fuck? Why did I even talk about that? Why was I talking about this? How do we get here? Oh, we were talking about fucking we were talking about like, even ironically enough, at my brokest point, I didn't have a credit card at all. And then someone said I wasn't poor. I was never poor. Unless you're literally homeless, which is crazy. Yes, I was not like homeless or anything. And regardless, the process is different. The process is different. Like the smart way to do it, the adult way to take on debt, which is an absolute necessity in this country. Like, you have to take on debt, but debt that you can pay for. You have to take on debt that you can pay for, right? That's the smart way to do it. Like parents that educate their children on smart finances will tell them, like, you have to get a credit card, but you can only spend however much you can pay at the end of the month. Like, that's the appropriate way to do it. But in other countries, like, there is no middleman like that. There is no need to fucking get a credit card at all, right? But unfortunately, the United States of America, if you want to fucking rent a place even, you have to have credit. They check your credit. And when they check your credit score goes down. It's insane. And I know this from my, again, personal experience, because even when I started making a little bit of money on top of my regular salary at the Young Turks, it was like 60 grand by the time I was leaving TYT. I couldn't rent an apartment. I had to, if you guys remember, I talked about it at the time with like Enes. Do you remember Enes Yilmazar, the YouTube realtor guy, who's now like obviously a very famous YouTube realtor guy? Back then, he was just my friend who didn't even have a YouTube channel at the time. This guy. He was just a guy who had done real estate in the past in Los Angeles. He did not have 4.1 million subscribers at all, right? And I actually got help from him and snuck myself into the apartment in 2019, the one bedroom in West Hollywood, because he knew a person that was supposed to be checking the credit scores at the company that owned, like at the developer or the management company that owned the apartment complex. Because I didn't have credit. I didn't have any credit. So there was no way for me to actually get an apartment at all. No way for me to actually rent an apartment at all in Los Angeles. It's fucking insane. It's an insane system. Anyway, now Enes is also popping, which is so crazy to think, because I remember giving him, when he was like, oh, I'm going to start a YouTube channel. And I was like, oh, you can use my lights. And I gave him my the light boxes that I had. And he was like filming stuff from his filming stuff from his like living room in his apartment. Anyway. Are you still in touch with them? Yeah. I photoshopped my bank statements to get into an apartment in downtown LA. All right.
I said that in 1994. McDonald's had just lost an infamous lawsuit over scalding hot coffee, and I had way more hair. Frankly, it's a little galling to hear the CEO of McDonald's complaining about income inequality, especially because companies like McDonald's are making the problem worse.
It's coming from inside the house.
McDonald's and other Fortune 500 companies like Walmart are famous for underpaying workers. As a result, many workers at these two corporations have to rely on the rest of us to finance government programs like food stamps and Medicaid to make ends meet. Meanwhile, their CEOs are paid roughly 1,000 times more than their typical employee. Big corporations have a history of union busting, further reducing the power of...
How do other countries give out auto loans, phone subsidies, etc., then credit histories make sense for taking on debt? I don't know, but I don't think other countries have that same culture around debt. Like, that's what I was trying to say. I don't... Like, I think they just look at your income. I assume they just probably look at your income and see if you can fucking pay for it.
their workers to negotiate a living wage.
We don't think that a labor union is necessary.
All unions work at is taking a cut out of my pay.
In addition to taxpayers subsidizing corporations' low wages, there's a second way they burden the rest of us. Around 70% of the U.S. economy depends on consumer spending. As wealth concentrates in the richest 10%, the rest of America can't afford to buy enough to keep the economy running. Their buying power is dropping because of stagnant wages and inflation. The bottom 90% is already spending as much as they can, and in many cases going into debt to do so. Meanwhile, as the super rich become even richer, they can't possibly buy enough on their own to keep the economy running. We saw this trend before, during the roaring 1920s, when American wealth was concentrated at the top and everyone else had to go into debt to maintain their standard of living. When that debt bubble burst, we got the Great Depression. The so-called two-tiered economy isn't just a moral failing. It's dangerous for all of us. So what can we do about it?
The motion is adopted.
End the trickle-down hoax once and for all. Tax cuts for the wealthy make the rest of us worse off, not better. Fight for unions. Raise the minimum wage. Bust up big monopolies with the power to keep prices high. Demand corporations share their profits with workers, so that when corporations do better, their workers do too. Build an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. Because if we don't, we're all cooked.
Okay, but what about shareholder value for the super wealthy? Yeah, this is woke nonsense, I say. Anyway, speaking of woke nonsense, okay, speaking of woke nonsense, what is this? He probably didn't see the latest capitalist invention. What is this? You cooked this link. You mean shitholder value? Fucking got him, chatter. Nice.
This is the story of a little piece of technology.
Oh, dynamic pricing. Yeah, goodbye price tags. Hello, dynamic pricing. Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. You know how like Uber does price surging and also boosts prices if you are a consistent big spender? Yeah, they have that. They're going to put that in grocery stores now. I know. It's an innovative way to drive up profit margins to the best of your ability. It's fucking awesome. What is this? Even the hyper rich are totally broke? I don't know what this means.
Late last month, a report published by Goldman Sachs caused a bit of a firestorm in the personal finance community when it found that 40% of people earning more than $500,000 a year were still living paycheck to paycheck.
Dude, this is so busted. It's just, I don't even understand how that's physically possible. I don't understand how that's physically possible. That is it's the budget tweet. Yeah, it's like, hey, I'm spending $13,000 a month on candles. Please, someone help me budget this. My family is starving. Like, what are you doing? at that point, I would say, you know, cut down on the fucking avocado toast, man. Unless there's something going on here that I'm not aware of. But like, you got to do quality of life adjustments at that point. If you're making $500,000 a year and you're living paycheck to paycheck, there is something deeply wrong with your expenditure. IRL backpack. Yeah, this is ironically enough, this was when I was talking about how like I live within my own means as far as like way below my own means, and everybody fucking yelled at me. If you remember, I got soft canceled for that a while back, which I meant like for how much money I make, I don't spend that much money. I know it sounds like it seems like I spend a lot of money, and in comparison to the average person, yes, I do spend a fuck ton of money. Except, you know, it's totally fucking marginal in comparison to how much money I could be spending.
What was even more shocking is that from the same group of high-income earners...
I don't understand how you can just be paycheck to paycheck at $500,000. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Less than a third of them reported that they were consistently able to make contributions to long-term financial goals like paying down debt or saving for retirement. Now, I know it might be hard to feel too bad about the financial struggles of people earning 10 times the median income, and the general response to this report online was, not too sympathetic. But it does reveal a lot about the way our economy has changed since this report was first published just 10 years ago. Now, history is of course filled with endless stories about people who have blown through enormous fortunes, but these have been rare exceptions to the rule. And these stories have mostly come from athletes, celebrities, and lottery winners. People who make a lot of money in a short period of time and then get
Yeah, I think these guys are not like I guess they're not making wise investments in general, but then also beyond that, they probably have a lot of people, a lot of mouths that they're feeding. And if you noticed, the reason why a lot of athletes go broke is not necessarily because they're overspending or they have a lot of mouths to feed in general, but because they rely on their wage for their entire income. And unfortunately, in the United States of America, you cannot act like we call this financial illiteracy, right? But what we actually call financial illiteracy is ironically a byproduct of the wage labor structure not being designed for the wage labor structure that exists is not designed for financial security permanently. So a lot of regular ass working class people dunk on these people who make a fuck ton of money, right? Because they go, oh, they're so stupid. They're so financially illiterate. Oh, how dumb. Why didn't they actually move into some kind of passive earning, some kind of like capital accumulation structure? It's so funny. It's like, yeah, no, it's not supposed to be that way. Someone who's making, someone who's like generated $6 million of income over their lifetime through their wages, because athletes are still wage laborers, okay? I know they make a lot. They're high earners, but they're still wage laborers nonetheless, should have a pension structure that allows them to still continue surviving. So what we call financial illiteracy is ironically the concept that these guys are not turning into the capital owning class. It's the darn stupid poor that don't understand the 1% struggles. No, you're so dumb. You're misunderstanding my point. It's the darn stupid poor that don't realize that the system is designed in a way where you have to become a capital accumulator. My point is, it shouldn't have to be that way. Not everyone should have to become a fucking landlord so that they can have, so that we can, oh God. So that we can have any sort of like a nest egg, right? Any sort of retirement fund. Dog, someone who makes $6 million is not a 1%er? No, I'm saying $6 million in lifetime earnings. You constantly critique the extraction of surplus value, yet you retain 100% equity in your brand, even if you're paid as well. You are still a private owner, dictating the distribution of profit rather than a co-op. How are you not just a benevolent capitalist perpetuating the exact labor structure you critique? It's because I am a capitalist, and also I am doing that. I'm a hypocrite. I'm a hypocrite socialist. Have you not realized this already? Although I do have a co-op, but it doesn't matter. That's besides the point. Okay? You got it. You got it. I am a benevolent capitalist. Not even a benevolent capitalist. I'm actually a bad capitalist. I'm the worst kind. The point is that the entire structure that is designed in the United States of America is that you are supposed to... Wait, what the fuck? Weekly HasanAbi Heads meetup in Chengdu over 3 years? Wait, really? And they're grilling meats? Whoa. Wait, is this for real? How come I wasn't invited? Things we do include prepare Szechuan chicken noodles for 100 people on the street in under 20 minutes every week and share with the local workers just for the challenge for more than 3 years. Hiking, biking, football, soccer, open mic, camping and grilling, techie stuff, competitive FPV, drone flying, assembling, radio comms, math programming, food cooking, food eating, food sharing, any other grassroots mobilizing and organizing activities to build up a sense of community. As a prelude to the main topic, news, politics, and actions, we thank Hasan for fostering a sense of unity in his China Maxing series. Now we want to do our fair part as Chengdu audience to welcome our comrades to check out our weekly meetups in Chengdu. DM me for location. We have friends everywhere. Our new Bilibili channel. What the hell? How am I not invited to the Chinese cookout amongst the Chinese fans? How is that possible? Now I got to go back. Now I got to go back. Now I got to go back. It's crazy. You did an RSVP? Okay. You would have ignored it like any other message? Probably not. Stop being parasocial. We need our spaces on. That's crazy. You would lower the Chinese IQ if you joined the party with your American brain. Okay, everybody calm down. I guess I just have another reason to go back now. But yeah, my the point I was trying to make here is that there shouldn't be so brand unfriendly. Not even your fan clubs invite you. Yeah, I guess that's what's going on. So, fuck. What was I gonna say? Oh, the structure that currently exists has no room for wage laborers. There's no pension structure, and Social Security doesn't go. Social Security is not enough for survival. So the structure that currently exists makes little capitalists out of everyone, and we present that as financial literacy, right? And obviously, you should have that financial literacy, and you should become a little capitalist at the end of the day if you want to survive. That's why I always tell people, like, obviously, you know, you should have a 401k, or you should have some structure to make sure that you have a retirement plan, a retirement fund, even if it's like virtually impossible for normal people to retire at any age at this point. Because you have to exist within reality. You have to live in reality, right? But it's crazy to me that a lot of people actually dunk on these people when, in fact, even a person making like $6 million over their entire fucking lifetime of wage labor burns through all of that through, stupid decisions, certainly, right? Because they're probably outspending however much money they're making and not putting enough on the side so that they have a retirement fund, but should still have a pension structure or should still have a Social Security structure that allows them to have like a basic living standards met. But that's not the case. That's why you see NBA players like homeless and shit sometimes.
Themselves into trouble by assuming that they will always make that much money. In the past, most financial professionals would generally agree that Beyond a certain income level, you can just brute force your way through a lot of dumb financial decisions. And as long as you maintain that income, you'd have to try pretty hard to not get richer every year. But today, financial hardship amongst the top 1% of income earners has gone from a rare cautionary tale to the majority. And ironically, one of the biggest groups contributing to this trend are those same financial professionals. So if this data is to be believed, one of two things have happened. Either rich people have gotten a lot dumber with their money, or certain industries have just gotten a lot better at taking it from them.
Most people live paycheck to paycheck in New York City.
I have more money anxiety almost now than I ever did in my 20s.
For 4,900.
Yeah, high injury risk sports is also precarious labor, contract to contract. Exactly. You get one fucking injury and you're done. Your career is over, and then you have no more stable income.
$65 before taxes and fees.
A concrete square in the Mexico City Stadium, $700 or $1,450 for a view of the stadium.
By the way, going back to what that other chatter was saying, that I find really funny is like you retain ownership over 100% of your IP is such a funny fucking way to operate. What am I supposed to do? Like, yeah, dude, I am the content. What am I supposed to do? I'm a human being. Like, what am I supposed to do? And even then, I don't even retain ownership over my own IP, and I tell people they can do whatever the fuck they want with it. But like, it's so, I am very open about this. Like, where, you can do whatever the fuck you want with the IP, make money on your own if you want to fucking chop it up and repost it on whichever platform you see fit. That's why there's a lot of people that have literally paid for their colleges, paid for their college education through the HasanAbi Clips industrial complex and shit like that. But it is funny to like, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, unless you use it maliciously. But how could I? What is a way in which I can like give other people like what pieces of my body? Like what can I possibly do in that situation? Like, give us your nail clippings? Yeah, I don't know.
In Singapore.
It doesn't matter whether you make, you make $100,000 or not.
Sometimes when parsing through economic data, it's important to see the funny side in it all. And one of the funniest developments of the last decade is the growing levels of inequality amongst the top 1%. According to studies conducted by UBS and Altrata, there are between 50 and 60 million millionaires in the world at the moment. But even amongst this group of extremely wealthy global residents, the top 1% amongst them still holds almost a third of their collective wealth. Now, these studies were tracking accumulated wealth rather than annual income, but it still showed the same problem. Nobody feels poorer every day than really rich people. Except for very particular careers like service staff, people overwhelmingly interact with other people from within their general income grouping. If you work an upper middle class professional job, there is a good chance your partner also works a middle class professional job. You will live in a neighborhood with other upper middle class professionals, your friends from college would have gone on to get similar middle class jobs, and your kids will probably go to school with other kids from other middle class families. An article published by the Journal of Nature that tracked over 72 million Facebook connections found that socioeconomic status was the main determinant of who you are friends with. This means that day in and day out, you are going to interact with people living a somewhat similar lifestyle to your own. Sure, within this group, there will be some differences in take-home pay. Your neighbors might be a rung above you on the corporate ladder, and you might feel the need to keep up with their new cars or nice vacations. But apart from a few small details, people 10% below you and people 10% above you on the income.
I think a part of this kind of like wealth class segregation is also directly a consequence of not having public transit. Like not having adequate public transit, not living in cities where you are surrounded by people. It's like suburban existence, 100%. 100,000%. Hasan is bourgeois non-intelligentsia. Yes. is social democracy in America even possible without imperialism? No. Yeah, I mean, it could be. It's just, as it stands, there is no social democracy without imperialism. But the point is, the point is, like, that is also a byproduct of this design. That is also a byproduct of the way that we stay isolated. Even if you were to take advantage of like public parks, for example, that automatically, if you're like a wealthy person and you go to the fucking public park, you're going to end up interacting with people of different financial backgrounds, as opposed to like any sort of public initiative that is open to every single member of society will automatically allow you to interact with different parts of the wealth caste structure that exists in the United States of America. And one of the best versions of this is obviously through commuting. It's just that not only do we have less and less third spaces in general, but we also don't even fucking have commuting, with the exception of like New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago. But even in those places, there is like a different way that upper middle class people can commute, because the alternative is not easier. The alternative is not efficient. If the alternative, if public transit is inefficient, then yeah, people are going to not take it. They're going to take other forms of transit, which is still isolating.
Distribution spectrum are going to live the same kind of life. In other words, within your social circle, inequality usually isn't that extreme. The study also found this to be true for households with the lowest incomes. They overwhelmingly interacted with other low-income households, which had a negative impact on economic mobility. The old adage of, it's who you know, not what you know, is unfortunately absolutely true. And if the only people you know aren't in a position to give you any special favors, it's much harder to get ahead regardless of ability. But that's a separate issue that
You don't make friends on the subway? It's not about making friends, chatter. You're misunderstanding me. You don't have to become like lifelong friends with these people. It's more so about like whatever kind of information that you're picking up about the way that people exist. Like it's about your neighbors. It's about commuting alongside people that are of different financial backgrounds, that helps you develop a greater understanding. Even if you are literally sitting next to someone, you end up retaining information from that experience that I think expands your consciousness and expands your understanding, even if you are not directly aware of it, as opposed to having it be out of sight and out of mind.
Have time to get into today. Where this gets really interesting, though, is by moving the scale all the way to the top. It's only here that extreme inequality is visible within a decile of wealth. If you earn $500,000 a year as an analyst at a private equity firm, you are wealthy by almost anybody's standards. But compared to your general partner who is making $10 million a year, you are basically destitute. Basically, nowhere else on the income spectrum would you be working alongside someone else that made 20 times more than you. That general partner will also be raising money from billionaire investors who, by comparison, make them look poor. And then when those mere single-digit billionaires fly to Davos, they are going to be rubbing shoulders with other business people several hundred times richer than them. There are several orders of magnitude in income and wealth variance within just the top 1%, which means lifestyle comparison is far more damaging. If you work as a roofer, your colleagues might convince you that you need to lease a new F-150. If you work in a hedge fund, your colleagues might convince you to fly private to Art Basel for the networking. This is part of the reason why people making only $200,000 to $300,000 a year were doing significantly better financially in the Goldman Sachs study. On average, these people were still living in the real world and were largely exposed to other normal people. Demographers have dubbed this.
Yeah, basically they're saying that if you're in the 200 to 300,000 bracket, you're wealthy. You're so wealthy that you are the wealthiest person in your friend group, and therefore your expenditures still are closer to like the average person, as opposed to people making 500K and above who then become the poorest wealthy person, and your expenditures change as well. And it also makes you feel like you're broke in comparison to your peers. Like, basically, the richest person living in the richest person still connected to the working class in some way, shape, or form is feeling a lot wealthier than the poorest person in the highest tax bracket.
Socioeconomic fractality.
Skinniest guy at fat camp. Kind of, exactly. This is why I always say, like, wealth is a relative concept. Like, the feeling of wealth and prosperity is an entirely relative concept. That's why, when I was growing up, I grew up in a very affluent family in Turkey, but the overall wealth that my family had in Turkey was nothing in comparison to like the upper middle class in America. It's even more this difference is even larger when you think about when you move beyond the national boundary.
And it was actually first observed by Vilfredo Pareto when he was poring over tax documents more than 100 years ago. You may know this guy from the Pareto Principle or the 80-20 rule, so that's pretty cool. But in the 100 years since this was first observed, some things have changed. Recent booms in global wealth have further divided this tiny group of wealthy people, and that's done two things. The first is that it's created absolutely hilarious situations that you are all welcome to point and laugh at. Like this guy complaining in a local Palo Alto paper that billionaires building their mega mansions were,
Hey, Shoe Squire, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
And I quote, running roughshed over average millionaires like himself. This is unironically just one of many, many instances of millionaires complaining about how hard they have it now. But while it's fun to laugh, there is something more here. Inequality has always existed. And as dumbfounding as the recent spike in millionaires living paycheck to paycheck is, it does shine some light on some other concerning developments. So it's time to learn how many works to find out how the top 1% got so good at bankrupting themselves. This week's video is sponsored by FlexiSpot and their new E7 Pro standing desk. FlexiSpot has been making ergonomic workstations for years, focusing on helping people stay comfortable and productive, especially if you spend a lot of time at the computer like I do. The E7 Pro is their upgraded dual monitor standing desk with a 440-pound static load capacity and a height range from 25 to 50.6 inches. It's surprisingly stable even at full height, and it comes with a 15-year warranty and a 30-day risk-free return window. As you can imagine, I spend a lot of time at my desk, whether it's creating videos or gaming.
This links back to the Whistle Diesel's response to his tax evasion case. He somehow went bootlicking for billionaires because he got for registering his Ferrari in Montana.
Being able to change height throughout the day has genuinely helped my back and made long sessions a lot more bearable. And for any keyboard and mouse gamers out there like me, you don't have to worry about your monitor shaking and messing up your aim. FlexiSpot is also running their Black Friday sale right now with discounts up to 80% and even a chance at completely free orders.
The official One Piece anime account replied
to you. They offer extra discounts for students, teachers, medical workers, military, and recent grads too. If you're on a tighter budget, the regular E7 is also a good option. If you want to check it out, head to flexispot.com and use my code HMW30 at checkout to save an extra $30. And if you end up grabbing one, leave a note with my channel name to help support the channel. Okay.
Everybody recognizes that Kuma is the GOAT now.
So the extreme concentration of wealth at the very top of the distribution has become more pronounced over recent years. But it's not new just by itself. Merely wealthy people have always been exposed to extremely wealthy people. Just because they have gone from 100 times wealthier to 400 times wealthier doesn't really change the arithmetic of inadequacy. What this has changed though is how expensive it is to be a rich person. Now, the most obvious example of this is the cities people are living in. Unless you are running your own business or working as a specialist doctor, there are really only a few cities in America with jobs that pay more than $500,000 a year, and the house prices in all of these cities are amongst the most expensive on the planet. If you want an average family home within commuting distance of Seattle, Silicon Valley, Manhattan, or even Miami, you are going to be paying 7 figures for the privilege. Put a 50-year mortgage on that, and then after income, property, and state taxes, in most of these centers, that is going to leave you with around $50,000 a year in actual disposable income. Now, I know what you were thinking. $50,000 a year after taxes and housing are accounted for would be a dream for most families.
Yeah.
And you would be absolutely right. But there are two reasons why for many ultra-high-income earners, it's not. The first reason is quite simply that just because someone is earning a high income does not mean that they are smart with money, or even that smart in general. People who choose high prestige careers are, rather shockingly, often motivated by, well, prestige, which means they will happily go into debt to keep up appearances around their peers. $50,000.
I think this is the part of the equation that is unironically, simply put, financial irresponsibility. I think this is financial irresponsibility. If you're a high earner and you're making $500,000 a year and you're just like burning through that, you're fucking spending way too much money. Like, that is crazy. That is fucking insane. Like, I don't even understand how that's possible. Okay? I do not understand how that is possible. Because, like, you can live a very, very comfortable life. You can live a very comfortable life at that level of income without overextending yourself. Okay? Like, I don't even know. I don't even fully understand. Like, we donate a lot to charity to a fault. I mean, I donate a lot to charity. I'm just saying that it's just not, you can still do it in a reasonable way. You can, and those guys aren't buying yachts. $500,000 a year, you can't buy a yacht. Yacht is for like $10 million a year and above, probably, I assume. But even if you have kids and shit, like, I don't know. Like, maybe the Lambo, yeah, that would be a very irresponsible financial decision. I think that's probably what it is, right? I think a lot of people also dump a shitload of their money immediately into houses, like a big ass house or something. I wasn't paying attention. I thought we were talking about higher earners. Yeah, if you're making $500,000 a year, you are a higher earner. You're in the top 1% of wealth. But it just doesn't. It just doesn't make sense. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
After taxes and housing can easily pay for a comfortable lifestyle, but it doesn't cover a luxurious lifestyle. People who land high-income roles also have a sense of entitlement to these luxuries, since it often takes years of highly competitive schooling to get there. So, once they have made it through all of that and landed their first real job, it's time to treat themselves. Of course, the career path where this is most common is medical doctors. An article published by the British Medical Journal, as well as a separate survey from the University of Pennsylvania, found that most American physicians were graduating medical school.
How did your experience becoming rich differ, if you don't mind explaining? I mean, I am obsessed with doing the same shit that I've been doing. When I was making $60,000 a year, I was doing the exact same thing that I'm doing now. So the only thing that has changed is that, like, there has been a tremendous quality of life improvement in terms of things that I can pay for, right? I no longer have to do the same calculations that I used to have to do, like, you know, paying for Uber and whether or not I will be able to actually pay for rent at the end of the month, right? Like, those are the massive. I used to describe it as such, okay? Being poor is very costly. Okay? Being poor is incredibly expensive. And it's like a consistent weight on you. Okay? There is a tremendous amount of weight on your shoulders at any given moment. And a lot of rich people, especially a lot of rich people who have been rich for a very long time, lose sight of that reality. What people consider to be like being frugal is a normal day-to-day existence when you are a working class person who is, yeah, man, why are you telling me this? I don't know. Someone just asked. I'm just basically responding to their question. So, for someone like myself, like, instead of having to, when I travel for work, right? Like, I'm going to Ireland, right? In the past, if I had to travel, one, I would have to make the travel arrangements myself, right? I would have to make travel arrangements myself, and I wouldn't have enough money to make those travel arrangements. So I had to like nickel and dime it. I had to like literally talk to the university that's sending me there to make sure that they made sure that my travel arrangements were decent. And if they didn't have money to fly me out, then I would have to, pay for it myself or the hotel myself and stuff like that. And then I had to figure out which hotel I could stay at and how cheap the travel accommodation would look like from the hotel to the university, stuff like that. These are all of the things that you have to worry about, right? I no longer have to worry about that at all. Like, I no longer have to worry about that. And that is a major fucking burden. That is a major, major, major burden that is lifted. Not having to worry about bills or being able to pay for bills is a major burden lifted off your shoulders. So, like, in many respects, there is a reason why once you get to a certain level of wealth or a certain level of like of wages, you're financially set and you are happy, and then your happiness metrics start you start getting diminishing returns. I forget what it was, but I'm pretty sure it's like closely tracked with whatever the stability level is for whichever city you live in, whichever country you live in. Once you get beyond that, it's not associated with happiness at all, and it has like diminishing returns. The difference between like making $10 million a year and making $1 billion a year has no impact on your happiness levels whatsoever. Back in the day, when they used to do these studies, it was around $100,000, right? Like beyond $100,000. Now, obviously, that number is probably far higher than that, because $100,000 in a place like Los Angeles actually doesn't it doesn't offer you a level of comfort, right? So as far as like my own personal experiences goes, a major burden has been lifted off my shoulders as far as like having to nickel and dime every single thing that I do. And also beyond that, I have people that I pay that can deal with this stuff, right? That's another fucking major burden lifted off of my shoulders, that I don't have to like make these arrangements and things of that nature. And also, instead of like flying economy as a 6'4", 240-pound guy, now I can fly business, which is infinitely more expensive than economy. But when you fly business, then now I can sleep when I'm on the flight, right? So all of that stuff has been a tremendous quality of life adjustment, a quality of life improvement. But overall, it hasn't turned into, the way that I'm accumulating wealth has not changed, because I'm not engaging in like capital accumulation, and therefore I enjoy what I do, and that's a big part of the reason why I still do the exact same things for virtually the same exact hours that I do, because I'm incredibly fortunate, incredibly privileged, and therefore I greatly enjoy what I do and can do it. But that's the reason why I said like not much has changed in terms of my output or my day-to-day existence. I was doing 8 hours a day live streaming in fucking 2020, and I'm still, maybe 6 to 7 hours a day live streaming in 2025. Yeah, I shouldn't have said 6 to 7. Everyone's going to get fucking... The dinners are better, let's be real, for sure. No, the dinners are better. The clothes are better. The travel accommodations are better. Yes. All of it is better. But I'm saying, like, I think people that get to a level of financial success get there specifically so that they can actually put aside a tremendous amount of the wealth that they've accumulated so that they can have their money make money for them, passive income, so they don't have to fucking work. Do you understand? And then they just like travel around the world or engage in whatever the fuck they want to engage in. Like they don't, the goal in the United States of America under capitalism is to get to a point where your money makes money for you, so you don't actually have to work at all. Become a capital owner. That is the final stage, is the highest stage of capitalism, is when you actually move from the wage laboring class to the class that no longer needs wage labor and can do wage labor specifically for fun if they choose to do so. Okay? That's when you that's when you have succeeded. And the entire system is designed for those who are for those who reach that level of success, oftentimes at this point through sheer luck more than anything else, is the system is designed so you don't actually have to fucking work at all. You can just engage in capital accumulation. That's it. There are unimaginable amounts of safeguards to make sure that once you reach the level of capital ownership, if you're not taking like tremendous risks, you can just kind of stay there, right? The way I see it, basically is if your net worth or the growth in your net worth, if 51% of it is coming from your wages, you are still closer to a proletarian structure as opposed to 51% of it coming from your capital accumulation, at which point you've become a capital owner. Obviously, this is not a well-defined, it's not a well-defined and like a complete, like there's differences from person to person. It varies. But that, I think, is the way to make this class assessment. That's kind of immortal? No, nowhere near that of being a landlord. You mean immoral or immortal? I do think landlords who have a job are capitalists, though. Yes. I'm saying that if you quit your job tomorrow and you can still have the same level of comfort and the same level of existence because your capital accumulation will make up for it, that means you are a capital owner. Simply put, if you can just stop working, stop relying on wages entirely, and still engage in the act of capital accumulation that will allow you to maintain your level of comfort, that means you are a capital owner, even if you are working. Okay? That is part of the reason why there are small business owners, for example, who own and operate their own business. Small business owners who own and operate their own business, if they were to stop working and they were to delegate that responsibility to like a manager or something, and can still take the profits off the top and still maintain their same comfortable existence, means that they are capital owners. And the goal in American society in general is basically to get to that point. That is the success. That's when you retire, right? That is what a retirement is. And unfortunately, there is virtually no other way. There is virtually, as it stands, no other way to exist as a retiree. Because once you are no longer a productive laborer, once you've moved beyond, the age and physical status of being a potential productive laborer, you have to survive by being a capital owner. That's what a 401k is. In a perfect society, you wouldn't need a 401k, that the government would be able to take care of you alongside your pension structure or alongside like whatever kind of compensation structure that exists that continues to make sure that you can survive. Not that it matters, because I feel like we're not there for many Americans. Many Americans will never get to that level, regardless. As is the way that the society is designed, is that you're not, even with a fucking 401k, it's virtually impossible for you to retire at a reasonable age or even own a home.
Well, with practically zero financial literacy. And yes, despite the name, the British Medical Journal judges us here in America too. Anyway, this doesn't actually make doctors that unique by itself. Most people have practically zero financial responsibility. The difference is that because of their much higher than average incomes, people like doctors are given access to far more dangerous financial tools right from the beginning. When you add in the fact that these young graduates are also already comfortable with having taken out six-figure debt to get through medical school in the first place, it's really easy for a bank to sell them a big home loan and a car loan on top of that. Even seasoned financial professionals can get in trouble with this stuff if they are not careful. So, giving this much rope to someone without a clue is very dangerous. It would be like skipping through to the end of a very challenging video game and giving yourself a max level character. Theoretically, you have all the right tools to deal with endgame content. But unless you actually know what you are doing, you can easily get yourself into trouble if even the smallest thing goes wrong. Now, doctors get a lot of attention for this, because financial stress amongst practitioners has been connected to worse patient outcomes, which is bad for—
What are you talking about, man? This is not what being retired. What is? As a retiree, you set aside your wages to cover the retirement of your elders, and so does the next generation, etc. I'm confused as to what you're saying. I'm saying that currently, as it stands, without becoming without engaging in any sort of capital accumulation, you literally cannot retire and live as a normal person, because Social Security is so marginal, it's so minuscule. Like I understand that you're describing Social Security, ironically enough, except in this country, unfortunately, Social Security is not enough for survival. You might not be an American, and that's why you're frustrated with what I'm saying, but in the United States of America, Social Security compensation is nowhere near enough for survival.
Everybody. But they are not alone. Even finance bros who should, theoretically, be good at this stuff frequently take on too much debt to keep up with everybody around them and find themselves living paycheck to paycheck. So yeah, high-income earners not being as smart as they think they are may come as a shock to them, but maybe not so much as a shock to you. But the second reason why financial hardship has become so common amongst these people is because companies have realized that this is where the money is now, and they have rushed in to fill any gaps in their budget.
Yeah, there is a new meta, I think, in the service industry and in commodity producers in general, to hyper focus on the ultra wealthy, like people making 500 grand a year plus, and they considering that it is 50%, the top 10% of wealth is responsible for 50% of all consumption in the United States of America. There is like all of the growth sectors right now basically serve that top 10% of wealth. And ironically enough, part of that is also the boomers, because that's where a lot of the wealth is trapped as it stands currently. That's why you see a lot of like incredibly scammy retirement home projects and shit like that. There are entire industries that are there to extract what remains of the wealth from the wealthiest Americans, whether it be all the boomers that, you know, have to live in retirement homes, or whether it be people making $500,000 plus a year, and entire sectors that are designed to serve them.
The old team at Micro did a great video a few months ago about the hyperinflation of the hyper-wealthy. I will leave a link to it below if you are interested in the details. But the rough summary is that the number of products, services, and experiences dedicated exclusively to extremely wealthy people has exploded in recent years. 20 years ago, there was only one production car that retailed for more than $1 million, and that was the Bugatti Veyron. Today, even after accounting for inflation, there are more than 100 different models in this price range, and new offerings frequently cost in excess of $5 million. This is a clear example, but even for people at the plebeian end of the—
Yeah, like yachts. Okay? There is a growing and robust industry of fucking yachts. and people that work on yachts, people that service yachts. That's for like maximum 10,000 people on the planet, okay? And even then, you have super yachts on top of the yachting industry. Private jet services, exactly. Private jet charters and private jet services have grown. How the fuck is that even feasible in this economy is something that you might be asking yourself. And that is because the only people that are making money right now and have disposable income are the fucking super wealthy. Yeah, bunker makers, that's another one. Like industries that are specifically designed to serve like 10,000 people maximum, right? Maybe 100,000 people maximum. Maybe 1 million people maximum. And then it goes from there. Private security services, things of that nature. It isn't feasible in this economy because I'm poor. No, my point is it shouldn't be feasible in any economy. That is an industry that can only exist if there is tremendous amounts of wealth accumulation that is trapped at the top. These are industries that unironically should not exist. These are industries that only exist because there is this level of wealth concentration at the top. Like, the industries themselves are all unethical, whatever. That's not even what I'm not even making like a moral case here. What I'm simply stating is that if we had a better redistributive system in general, then these industries would not exist. Oh, guy is snoring. And it's gone from having only a couple people serving this super wealthy to a bunch of different competitive companies. And the only reason why these industries exist is because there's people, like there's a smaller and smaller number of people that demand this level of like high profile treatment. This exclusive high profile treatment because they're the only people that have any sort of disposable income to begin with.
1%, high-end hotels, credit cards, social clubs, sports, events, clothing, airline seats, even high-end gyms and grocery stores have all developed to offer an exclusive service at a massively inflated price. Not all high-income earners will buy this stuff, and even those who do won't buy all of it. But the point is that there are more options than ever at the buffet of conspicuous consumption, and even $500,000 a year won't buy.
I get your point from the standpoint of the enormous luxury they are, but luxury is subjective. Who's to say in a different system that the video games industry should not exist because they're a tremendous luxury? I mean, I understand the point that you're trying to make here. The difference is video games are accessible for virtually, for most people, okay? Mega yachts are not. Mega yachts are only accessible to people who have an unimaginable amount of wealth accumulation. Do you not get that? Like, that's not, like, there is not going to be a point for Veblen goods to be accessible to the regular public because the entire point of Veblen goods is that their availability is capped. And the more limited it is, the more expensive it is. Now, I'm not talking about yachting as like a Veblen good, obviously, or super yachts or whatever. I'm just simply stating that like these industries and the growth in these industries has exploded only due to the busted system that we currently have. In 1979 Paris, about 70% of the working class was laboring on high-end luxury goods only, clothes, furniture, etc. Some even used that fact to be anti-revolution. There will be no jobs left. I don't know. I feel like you're wrong. I know like 6 or 7 people with super yachts. Okay, you just wanted me to say 6, 7 so people spam it in the chat. Son of a bitch.
All you can eat like it used to. Now again, I know it's hard to feel too bad for these people, but all of this still comes with 2 very big caveats. The first is that the only reason why high-income household budgets are being
Nostalgia Rhythm, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Targeted so hard is because the budgets of average incomes have already been optimally exploited. Between the various flavors of consumer debt and price increases, most people don't have...
We're not talking about purchases beyond survival. We're talking about purchases for goods and services that are priced in the school district budget range. Mentally illiterate chatters need to really stop typing. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that there should be no luxury at all. I'm saying that there is a difference between luxury for the working class versus luxury for the super wealthy. And if the luxury for the working class sectors are shrinking because the working class does not have disposable income because wealth accumulation is staying at the top, and people that want to make money are basically focusing all of their efforts in the luxuries for the super wealthy, this is another byproduct of an unhealthy system.
That much left to give, which means companies are almost being forced to go up market to grow their revenue. I have mentioned it before, but even Walmart has attributed most of their recent sales growth to targeting higher income consumers, since most other households have already been maxed out. High-income households are only starting to feel the pinch because everybody else has already been thoroughly juiced. Oh yeah. And the final most important
I like that this video is also making the same exact argument that I'm making, which
is that a lot of these high-income households can still end up doing just fine in the long run. Their paycheck to paycheck isn't yet the same as everybody else's. Struggling to make the mortgage payments on a home in Seattle may be just as financially stressful as struggling to make rent. But in 30 years, those people should have fully paid off a home in one of the most expensive cities on the planet. High-income employees also get benefits like employer-funded retirement accounts or restricted stock units that can provide a scheduled liquidity boost even if they are living paycheck to paycheck for the rest of the year to cover their living expenses. Wealth inequality and income inequality go hand in hand, because if you earn a high income, you can build up wealth faster than someone with a lower income. But what we are seeing today is, thanks to massive asset price appreciation, you still won't be able to build wealth with your income faster than people can create income from their wealth. And remember, this is all just taking place within the top 1%. For everybody else, go and watch this video next to find out why you simply don't matter anymore. Economically
we watched this one, Why You Don't Matter Anymore, Economically Speaking, which was the first video that I watched from this channel, which was very good. And it was about the thing that I was talking about previously, which is that the top 10% of wealth is responsible for 50% of all purchases in the United States of America. And in a system that's designed like that, is going to reinforce the same exact class dynamic where 90% of regular Americans and regular ass people are simply going to be working to serve the top 10% of wealth forever, permanently. Both in terms of wage laboring so that they can extract your surplus labor value in the form of profits, but also then directly serving them as well. Because there's no other job availabilities. The amount of jobs that are available for serving the 90% are going to shrink, and the amount of jobs that are available that serve the top 10% of wealth are going to increase. And that is where we're moving. That's the direction that we're moving in right now. Drew Gooden made a video in a similar vein. And yeah, for the record, before people were saying like luxury is not a relative concept, the luxury goods are not subjective. Just wait until healthcare is considered a luxury good, or non-poisoned food substitutes are considered scarce for the working class. At which point, it is actually fucking a subjective concept. With the endless amount of greed that we see and the endless amount of control that the super wealthy have over regular governance with a deregulatory agenda, the food that is readily available to regular working class individuals is going to be poisoned because of the deregulation, right? This already exists with the class structure that exists for the environmental concerns, like access to a clean environment. Poorer neighborhoods on average have worse water supply because toxic waste ends up making its way to poorer neighborhoods. There's a reason why there's like a higher level in the United States of America where, through redlining and through systemic racism, black people end up living in poorer neighborhoods, for example, and therefore they have a higher percentage or they have a higher likelihood of having childhood asthma develop in black children. The reason why they have that is because there's a lot less concern in terms of like their day-to-day existence. Their deregulation hits poorer neighborhoods on average way harder. Rich people can avoid that by living in wealthy neighborhoods where there's more care. Poor ventilation, water supply being poisoned through toxic waste. Flint, Michigan is obviously one of the most salient examples of environmental racism that we've talked about. Yeah, Cancer Alley in Baton Rouge, New Orleans along the Mississippi River. What is this? New York Times posted this? No, this is the Washington Post. Why you may not want lower prices as much as you think you do. Though Americans might be clamoring for relief on groceries, housing, and energy costs, economists say there's a bigger downside to failing prices. Real five-head. This is the same thing that they're saying about China, where like the Chinese economy is suffering because things are too affordable. To your point about healthcare becoming a luxury good, consumer spending rose 0.6%. However, that spending is increasingly being focused on essential purchases, such as healthcare at a time when income gains aren't keeping up. Exactly. Americans ramped up their spending in August. However, the cost of living were on the rise as food and other goods became even more expensive last month, and services remained stubbornly high. Service prices. New economic data released Friday showed that consumer spending rose 0.6% in the key back-to-school shopping month of August and 0.4% when adjusting for inflation. That's further indication that a critical driver of the U.S. economy continues to chug along despite broader uncertainty and a slowdown in the labor market. However, that spending is increasingly being focused on essential purchases such as healthcare at a time when income gains aren't keeping up. The argument to make about relative luxuries like video games isn't that it's focused on high-cost services like yachts, etc. Is that capital accumulation wants to bring those services into their fold as well. Look at music festivals and how it excludes low-income workers to bring in high-income clientele. Coachella cost in 2015 was $325, and this year it's $649. Yeah, that too. And that is also for the lowest ticket purchase that you can make. That's before we even factor in like the availability of much, much higher levels of ticket purchases that you can get. Anyway, now we're going to move away from capitalism and its devastating impact on the average working class individual back to our current predicament, a war with Venezuela, potentially, and lawmakers saying that the Pentagon may have committed war crimes amid questions over alleged drug boat shootouts. I got to pee real quick.
Attacks on alleged drug boats off of South America. Those strikes have killed dozens of people, including one that reportedly targeted survivors of an initial attack. Meanwhile, President Trump raised the pressure on Venezuela's president, warning pilots not to fly over that country. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with more on all this. Nancy, good morning.
Tony, good morning to you. Over the weekend, President Trump appeared to send a major signal that some kind of strike was imminent, but nothing materialized, which left the Venezuelans and members of Congress here wondering exactly what he has planned and when. This comes as a new report from the Washington Post leads some lawmakers to ask whether the Pentagon has committed a war crime.
There is a buildup that the president has not explained.
Ohio Republican Mike Turner spoke for many lawmakers Sunday when he questioned the massive U.S. mobilization in the Caribbean.
It is certainly a significant concern in Congress.
Those concerns grew more urgent this weekend after President Trump announced that airlines and pilots should consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety.
Don't read anything into it.
When Trump was asked why he issued that warning, he would only say this.
Because we consider Venezuela to be not a very friendly country.
Now there's a new controversy over those strikes on suspected Venezuelan drug boats. The Washington Post reported that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave an order to kill everybody on board before the first boat strike September 2nd. When 2 survived, the Special Operations Commander overseeing the attack reportedly ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's instructions. And the 2 men were blown apart in the water.
This rises to the level of a war crime if it's true.
Now lawmakers in both parties are vowing to investigate.
If it was as if the article said, that is a violation of the law of war.
Hegseth called the story fabricated and derogatory and made light of it Sunday night by posting a pretend children's book cover depicting an armed turtle firing on drug boats. President Trump was out.
Yeah, the irony is like the attack on the drug boat, quote unquote drug boat, is quite literally the war crime in and of itself. But we're doubling down on the war crimes by doubly attacking the boat and two-tapping it. So I guess it's the Israelification of America in some ways. I guess one could say that America has always done this stuff, and there is truth to that as well. But yeah, it's this story in and of itself is so crazy because like it's both crazy because double tapping is explicitly a war crime. But the very fact that we are just blowing up drug boats off the coastline of Venezuela on international waters is a war crime in and of itself. What the fuck are we doing? This almost reminds me of the Signalgate saga, where everybody was like, oh, I can't believe you leaked the details of like America's bombing campaign in Yemen. And the question nobody was asking in mainstream media was, why the fuck are we bombing Yemen? Hello?
Sunday night if he thought a follow-on strike like that would be legal.
I wouldn't have wanted that, not a second strike. The first strike was very lethal. It was fine, and if there were 2 people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
Oh, okay. If Pete said that didn't happen, then that's fine. Except now they're saying the White House has confirmed that the Admiral approved the second boat strike, the second deadly boat strike. Caroline Leavitt defended the decision to kill civilians who had fallen off the boat after a first strike. Reminder, Admiral Alvin Halsey, the commander overseeing the operations of the Caribbean, announced his resignation the same day as Hegseth's illegal kill-them-all strike against survivors. I don't know. Was that the same day? But yeah, here is Caroline Leavitt being asked a very solid question. The president said that if someone sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president. How is that any different than what the administration is doing, or what the administration is accusing Maduro of doing? Yeah. Oh, here. Does the administration, first and foremost, the administration was asked whether or not they denied that the second strike happened. Let's take a look at what they said.
Gabe. Thank you, Caroline. Excuse me. Regarding Venezuela, the president said yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, the reported second strike on an alleged drug boat on September 2nd, the secretary said to the president that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Gabe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. Because this administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough...
Yes, it's a war crime, but we had to do it because of insert made-up reason. Yeah. It seems like the administration has their fall guy. They're claiming that Hegseth delegated the strike to SOCOM commander Admiral Bradley. Last night, Trump tonight the reporters, Hegseth said he didn't do it, adding when pressed yet again about the legality of the strikes, I wouldn't have wanted that, a second strike. The first strike was very lethal. Trump in October, we're going to kill them. Every single day, they run with the same exact modus operandi where they just go, that's not true. It's fake news. Okay, maybe it's real news. Maybe it doesn't matter if it was real news. Also, insert additional made-up information as to why this had to happen. It's annoying how libs are only now recognizing the war crimes of the American state. Them sleeping during the last 20 years pisses me off so much. No, I don't care. I just, it's good. It's good that they're waking up to it. And they should make a lot more fuss about this shit. This is an opportunity for you to have a conversation with people that you know that may have been oblivious to what America was doing and only now are going, wow, this is really fucked up, actually. This is an opportunity for you to tell them, to explain to them that, like, the very fact that we are striking these boats instead of, like, apprehending them, for example, is already ridiculous and a war crime in and of itself and completely unacceptable. Okay? Use the momentum to your advantage. Don't just cast this aside as, like, people only now realizing. Never gatekeep morality. I think it's a silly thing to do. But yeah, as far as it stands, you have the Admiral Bradley gave the order for the second strike is what they're saying now. Okay. Says Bradley was within legal right to order the second strike. So White House not disputing the second strike, but is disputing Hegseth gave the kill order. Trump admin's case, Trump designation of drug traffickers equals fair game for legal, in air quotes, lethal targeting. Hegseth authorized Bradley to conduct September 2nd kinetic strikes. Bradley worked well within his authority to strike boat. Hegseth did not order everyone killed. So we went from it didn't actually happen to even if it did happen, it was good to yes, it did happen, but it wasn't Pete Hegseth. Just wait until tomorrow when it's no, absolutely, it was Pete Hegseth. And it was Donald Trump, actually, that told Pete Hegseth, that told the fucking Admiral Bradley. But also it was all good and great and totally valid and warranted. Okay? At what point was it actually Hamas that struck the boat? Yeah. Well, we haven't reached that level of Israel yet. We haven't reached that level of Israelification yet, where we turn around and say Venezuela actually blew up their own boat. You know, because that's the most Israel way of going about it, where you're like, oh, well, I know that we actually celebrated blowing up these boats, but this boat was actually blown up on its own because it was a bunch of Venezuelan terrorists that were trafficking bombs, and Maduro actually blew it up because they wanted to make America look bad. Give it a minute. We'll get there.
Question. The president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted drug trafficker.
Wait. I lived to see Islamo-narco-Bolshevism grow from a meme to an actual manufactured consent. Venezuela has become a major launch pad for huge volumes of cocaine shipped to West Africa, where jihadists are helping traffic it to Europe in record. Dude, Wall Street Journal, I think, is the least reputable newspaper in out of all the major papers. Straight up. They are the worst. They are the worst of the worst newspaper in America. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. By the way, the reason why this question is being launched at Caroline Leavitt and this administration in particular is because Donald Trump, amidst the we have to kill Maduro, we have to bomb Venezuela because they're drug trafficking, actually turned around and pardoned a convicted drug trafficker because he's homies with the current person that he wants to run Honduras. Okay? So the reason why the reason why they're asking this question specifically, the president said that if someone sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president. How is that different than what the administration is accusing Maduro of doing? We are accusing Maduro of participating in drug trafficking. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, in the same time frame, literally pardoned someone who we weren't accusing of drug trafficking, but someone who actually had drug trafficked so much. Someone who had drug trafficked so much that they were actually arrested, like they were convicted of drug trafficking. Okay? It's fucking insane.
Question. The president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted
No, not Ross Ulbricht. I'm not talking about the fucking Silk Road guy. I'm talking about the Honduran cocaine guy that Donald Trump also pardoned this past weekend. Juan Orlando, I think that's, yeah. Juan Orlando Hernandez Alvarado, okay, is a Honduran lawyer, former politician, also convicted drug trafficker who served as the 38th president of Honduras for 2 consecutive terms from the 27th of January 2014 to the 27th of January 2022. This guy, Juan Orlando Hernandez, whom Mr. Trump called a victim of persecution, helped orchestrate a decades-long trafficking conspiracy. It ravaged his Central American country. He once boasted that he would stuff the drugs up the gringos' noses. He accepted a $1 million bribe from El Chapo to allow cocaine shipments to pass through Honduras. A man was killed in prison to protect him. At the federal trial of Juan Orlando Hernandez in New York, testimony and evidence showed how the former president maintained Honduras as a bastion of the global drug trade. He orchestrated a vast trafficking conspiracy that prosecutors said raked in millions for cartels while keeping Honduras one of Central America's poorest, most violent, and corrupt countries. Last year, Mr. Hernandez was convicted on drug trafficking and weapons charges and sentenced to 45 years in prison. It was one of the most sweeping drug trafficking cases to come before a U.S. court since the trial of the Panamanian strongman General Manuel Noriega 3 decades before. But on Friday, President Trump announced that he would pardon Mr. Hernandez, 57, who he said was a victim of political persecution. Though Mr. Trump offered no evidence to support that claim, it would be a head-spinning resolution to a case that for prosecutors was a pinnacle striking at the heart of a narco state. The president's 2-week trial in Manhattan and those of his associates before it offered a glimpse into a world of corruption and drug running spanning several countries. Bags of cash, a machine gun with Mr. Hernandez's name emblazoned on it, and bribes from the drug lord Joaquin Guzman, the Mexican kingpin known as El Chapo, featured heavily. Prosecutors said Mr. Hernandez was key to a scheme that lasted more than 20 years and brought more than 500 tons of cocaine into the United States. 500 tons of cocaine. The people of Honduras and the United States bore the consequences, Merrick Garland, then the Attorney General, said in 2024 after Mr. Hernandez was sentenced. Now, of course, that was the Brandon administration, and therefore it's bad, right? Everyone that Brandon pardoned must be sent to prison immediately, and everyone Brandon sent to prison must be released post-haste, okay? Honduras, a country of around 10 million people, has long been linked to the United States, first as a home of sprawling banana plantations owned by the United Fruit Company. We all know what we did there. Then as the location of a key base used for U.S.-backed counterinsurgency efforts and later as a military post for counter-narcotics. When drug trafficking routes began shifting towards Central America in the 2000s, Honduras came to play a role in transshipment, moving cocaine from South America towards Mexico and the U.S. border. Over that decade, trafficking rose, along with the murder rate, and drug planes arrived with regularity. The June 2009 coup that ousted Manuel Zelaya, the country's left-wing president, ushered in a golden age of drug corruption. Interesting. Mr. Hernandez, unlike many Latin American politicians, rose from humble roots. One of more than a dozen siblings raised in a rural coffee-growing region, he became a lawyer and entered Congress. As president, Mr. Hernandez told U.S. officials that he was doing his utmost to stamp out drug trafficking. But prosecutors said his political career had been fueled by drug money as early as 2009, when he was still a lawmaker and vying to lead the Honduran legislature. At the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, Mr. Hernandez was photographed smiling and giving a thumbs up alongside a known Honduran cartel chief. Didn't he also pardon the Silk Road guy? Yes, he did. You're right. He did do that, okay? That was for different reasons. But he does not give a shit about drug trafficking nonetheless, because this is a very clear-cut example of that, okay? I think that was more so for, like, libertarians. He was throwing a bone to the libertarians and the fucking crypto people and shit. But this one is direct. It's pretty fucking direct, okay? Mr. Hernandez ran for president on the ticket of the Conservative National Party and was elected in 2013. Prosecutors said Mr. Hernandez relied on his connections to the world's most powerful cartels to fund his campaign, including a $1 million bribe from El Chapo Guzman, the Mexican kingpin. He used the weapons and the power of the state for his own ends, according to prosecutors, jurors, and the Hondurans who came to despise him. The threat of being extradited to the United States made drug traffickers eager to bribe anyone who could to protect them, prosecutors said, and they came to know they could rely on Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez directed the police and military to protect smugglers who paid him off, and he promised to shield them from extradition to the United States. Mr. Hernandez once reassured a Honduran cocaine trafficker that by the time the gringos find out, we will have eliminated extradition, according to prosecutors. Mr. Hernandez even boasted, we are going to stuff the drugs up the gringos' noses, and they're never even going to know it, according to a witness who testified in the 2021 trial of a drug trafficker. And guess who was his great friend as a Florida senator? Alleged narco president hires GOP lobbyists to sing his praises in Washington. The then Florida Senator Marco Rubio tweeted out thanks to Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez for targeting drug traffickers below a photo of the two men together. Now, what's really interesting about this is that Marco Rubio is basically controlling the entire Venezuelan anti-narco trafficking state war that they're claiming that they're doing at the behest of, the purpose of tackling drug trafficking. And I assume Narco Rubio is also, yes, little Narco Rubio, not Marco Rubio, Narco Rubio is, I suspect, also the one in Trump's ear to potentially pardon this guy. Investigators said that Mr. Hernandez went to pitiless lengths to cover his tracks. One accused co-conspirator was killed in a Honduran prison to protect the president. According to court documents, he used the drug money to manipulate the vote in 2 elections, the document said. In 2017, Mr. Hernandez again became president after an election so laced with allegations of fraud that days of violence ensued and about 24 people were killed as the military cracked down. Hondurans, long divided on political lines, united in disgust. The chant, Fuera JOH, out with JOH, could be heard not just at protests, but among huge migrant caravans marching north, filled with people fed up with poverty and rampant corruption. Publicly, Mr. Hernandez denied any involvement in drug trafficking, and his connections to the U.S. remained strong. President Barack Obama called him one of the excellent partners helping to discourage children from coming to the United States. Mr. Trump recognized him as the winner of the disputed 2017 vote, counting on him to help curb the flow of people and drugs. The Biden administration regarded him as a key ally in Central America as it sought to control migration. Obama strikes again? No, chatters, you have to understand. If you are literate in media analysis, if you are capable of critical thinking, you understand that this passage is basically proof of the thing that I say all the time. American foreign policy is uniparty. American immigration policy is uniparty in many respects. And this is the clear-cut example of that, okay? And here it is in the New York Times, after. You're wrong about this one? Wait, why am I wrong about this one? Not only is it a part of the playbook for the CIA and the State Department to keep the flow or have some semblance of control over the flows of drugs or over the flow of drugs in Central America and in all Latin American countries. But on top of that, the collaboration that American leadership engages in with these actual fucking drug bosses that end up running countries revolves around controlling flows of migration. Now, of course, if you actually wanted to control flows of migration in a permanent way, obviously the best possible thing to do would be to not depose like left-wing leadership to the best of your ability, not engage in espionage or psyops or foreign policy initiatives that are inherently antagonistic to left-wing leadership that seeks to the best of their ability, actually undermine the drug trafficking rings in their countries and to improve and expand upon the pre-existing welfare state that exists in these places so that they can actually normalize the everyday living standards of working class Hondurans. Of course, if you do that, though, it's not as profitable for your capital owners. And therefore, the system continues, okay? We could still extract a lot of wealth from these countries. It just wouldn't be as much wealth. And autonomy also makes that wealth extraction much less unstable, or much less stable, sorry. Where there's no guarantee that you can continue extracting wealth at the same profit margins that you possibly could if the country actually decides to be more competent about, trade protectionism or whatever kind of business standards foreign capital is setting in the nation state. During the Younger brothers' trial in 2019, a former Honduran mayor and a major drug trafficker described how an associate of El Chapo had delivered $1 million in bribes, cash wrapped in plastic bundles of $50,000 and $100,000. Prosecutors displayed the machine gun with Mr. Hernandez's name engraved on it. In February 2022, weeks after he left office, Mr. Hernandez was detained at the request of the United States. He was escorted onto a plane in handcuffs and extradited 2 months later. Fireworks erupted in celebration in the country he once ruled. His own trial showed in grisly detail how Mr. Hernandez had promised to crack down on drug gangs, all while partnering with them instead, according to statements by prosecutors and witnesses. Davies Leonel Rivera Maradiaga, a former leader of a gang called Los Cachiros, who admitted to being involved in the deaths of 78 people, testified that he had bribed Mr. Hernandez with $250,000 delivered to the president's sister, Hilda, in exchange for protection. Another trafficker testified that he personally delivered a payoff, saying, "I paid $250,000 as a bribe to Juan Orlando Hernandez." Mr. Hernandez was convicted of drug trafficking and weapons conspiracy in a room packed with Hondurans eager to see his downfall. When he was sentenced in 2024, Mr. Hernandez spoke for almost an hour in court, airing conspiracy theories and grievances as he portrayed himself as a victim of political persecution. In a lengthy letter, Mr. Hernandez quoted Edmund Burke, Martin Luther King Jr., and the Bible. "The investigation and trial against me is full of mistakes, of injustices that have become a lynching through the U.S. judicial system," Mr. Hernandez wrote. "The prosecutors and agents did not do the due diligence in the investigation to know the whole truth." For many Hondurans, his conviction was a rare taste of justice. A woman in the crowd outside the courthouse celebrating his punishment held a sign that read, "No clemency for narco politics." But on Saturday, Mr. Trump said in a statement to the New York Times that many friends had asked him to pardon Mr. Hernandez. They gave him 45 years because he was the president of the country. You could do this to any president. Isn't that awesome? I mean, the timing of it could not be funnier. I'm sorry. It is pretty crazy that he is literally doing this to a convicted drug trafficker while simultaneously using no evidence whatsoever to claim that Maduro is actually a real narco terrorist. And the only way to deal with Maduro is not to conduct a lengthy investigation and set up charges and then try to arrest them or whatever, but instead to actually bomb Caracas, okay? And potentially even do a ground invasion of Venezuela. Fucking awesome. No, Honduras is not next. The reason why he's doing this is because Honduras won't be next because he already has a pliant ally in Honduras. Honduras is not next. The reason why he pardoned this guy is because he actually doesn't... I think that wasn't there there's also a person that he endorsed for the Honduran presidency. Yeah. Honduras election on a knife edge as Trump-backed man slightly ahead. Early results in the general election in Honduras show the leader of the right-wing National Party, Nasri Asfoura, has a razor-thin lead. With almost 56% of the votes counted, the conservative candidate was just 0.22 percentage points ahead of former TV host Salvador Nasrallah, according to the results published by the National Electoral Council. Stressing that the results were both preliminary and partial, the head of the CNE said that the race was on a knife edge between center-right Nasrallah and right-wing Asfoura. Asfoura has the backing of the U.S. President Donald Trump, who has threatened to cut financial aid to the Central American nation if his preferred candidate does not win. Yeah, by the way, Latin America is so funny because one candidate is Palestinian and the other one is Lebanese. Another not so great example of a Latin American leader of Palestinian descent who, El Salvador. The leader of El Salvador is also of Palestinian descent. There is a major Arab diaspora and a Palestinian diaspora in fucking in Latin American countries. Yes, Nayib Bukele is also of Palestinian descent. I don't like bringing up this fact because he is dog shit, so I try to avoid mentioning that. But yes, Nayib Bukele is of Palestinian descent as well. El Salvador is doing better than ever. No, totally. I know. We should do concentration camps in every Latin American country. Thank you. I love the people who are in this community who are pro Nayib Bukele is awesome. That's so funny. No, it's not a joke. There are a lot of fucking brain broken Salvadorans, both in diaspora and even in El Salvador. There's a lot of people who think he's doing awesome. Nor, my rewind is gone. How do I get it back? Great question, Kev Gui. All you need to do is actually subscribe. If you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, you can take advantage of the rewind function. Yeah, my entire family are immigrants from El Salvador, and I agree Bukele is dog shit. Like, MS-13 is a horrifying criminal enterprise, okay? Absolutely unacceptable, horrifying, except the solution to MS-13, is not to basically make the government a different version of MS-13, sometimes directly collaborating with MS-13. For example, Nayib Bukele also extracted some MS-13 prisoners from the United States of America in exchange for the CCOT immigration structure that they designed. And the speculation at the time was that he got those MS-13 prisoners back to El Salvador because he didn't want them to openly reveal that he was collaborating with MS-13. Because if Mr. I'm against MS-13 was found out to have been collaborating with MS-13, I feel like that would have some shockwaves even in the diaspora. But yes, there are a lot of right-wing Latinos who love Bukele and think he's doing awesome. Part of that is because they are so fatigued and so terrified of living under different versions of the same kind of narco state structure. So they're just like, enough is enough. Kill them all. Who gives a shit? Not realizing that level of unrestrained violence in the hands of the state is going to end up hurting you as well. I am not against apprehending criminals. I am, however, in favor of abiding by due process and making sure that there is a real normal legal structure. Otherwise, the state turns into a gang, a much more powerful gang than even MS-13 ever could be. It's mostly because people don't see more than the first layers. They see less gang and nothing else matters. There have been examples of the authoritarian military being dicks on camera. Yeah. You're way too charitable sometimes, man. What do you mean? Yeah, Salvadoran here, Naib only replaced gangs with police force. 3% of the population are under arrest. There's no official data, but the estimates is 6 out of 10 people in jail are innocent. Yeah. And we know that that is a likely percentage, even though we will never have like full confirmation of that. But the reason why we know that is a likely percentage is because they literally do black bagging. Like random fucking shopkeepers, if they live in a neighborhood where there's like MS-13 gang members in a country that was basically run by MS-13. So obviously everyone is going to have some level of fucking direct or indirect involvement with MS-13, even if they are fucking totally innocent. But they do dragnets and they black bag people and they literally put them in front of a judge that is wearing a balaclava, okay? A judge that's like hiding their identity will do 200 convictions at a time. How can you call that justice? That is fucking insane. Nayib Bukele is for sure far right, but if he holds a 90+% approval rating among citizenry, which is only possible having a high approval rating among even left-wing Salvadorians, who are you to castigate him? Honest question. Murder rates have dropped 98% in El Salvador. Yeah, murder rates have dropped 98% in El Salvador because, one, there is not a... First of all, Bukele's administration also controls the distribution of that information, so we don't even know if the murder rates have actually dropped by 98%. There is real serious skepticism around the numbers themselves. There's a lot of disappearances, for example, and then they just don't get put down as murders. There's also a lot of collaboration between Bukele and MS-13 in general. And outside of that, yeah, of course, you can drop the... If you arrest everyone, you can drop the fucking the murder rates down to 0%. What do you mean? Okay, but you arrested everybody. Everybody's now in prison. Is that success? I don't think so. Like... Put everyone in prison and make them prove their innocence. Yeah, I mean, that's basically... Salvadoran here, I've said it before, my aunt almost went to jail for treating gang members. She's literally a nurse. The only reason why she was left off the hook was because my family's entire village came out for her and told the judge she's just a nurse and all the good she's done. Yeah, they mark most homicides as disappearances, which is why homicides have dropped while disappearances have skyrocketed. There's that. And then also on top of that, they've arrested a significant percentage of the population. If you have any connection whatsoever, like the nurse story, the anecdote that chatter just told, or shopkeepers, like there are storefronts, there are just like people selling shit on the side of the road. Some of those guys are forced at gunpoint to collaborate with, to pay for protection with like a local MS-13 affiliate, right? If you're arresting the fucking shopkeeper who is a victim, you've now doubly victimized that person. And also, there is no, like, if the government itself has turned into a gang in and of itself, then what are you supposed to do? You're fucked. You have nothing. You can't do anything. So yes, people who are not under the scrutiny of the government are going to be happy because they're like, well, at least crime is down. But that is the reason why I find myself comfortable castigating the otherwise very popular Nayib Bukele. There's been the same, historically, the same old pattern of security, authoritative regimes where disappearances are commonplace, Chile, Argentina, Dominican Republic, etc. Yes. One of my very first chat messages was about this very topic regarding my family. I actually have a little update to that. A couple months ago, I asked my dad for his true thoughts about Trump. He said he doesn't like what he's doing right now, and despite him probably being pro-Bukele and still quite conservative, I actually explained to him socialist thoughts, and he was familiar and even agreed with it. I just wanted to say that. Yeah, also, if you want to fucking sell your dad on socialism, just talk about what Bukele did before he became the leader of El Salvador. Because Nayib Bukele was actually a very promising politician in El Salvador. Unironically, he was working on rehabilitation initiatives. Like, he literally was a woke guy. Okay, Nayib Bukele back in the day, if you look back, you can probably find some of my videos talking about Nayib Bukele as a promising politician in El Salvador when he was unironically left-wing. He was. Young guy of Palestinian background and was trying to solve like the underlying material inequities in which crime manifests, all this stuff. Before he went full fucking cryptocurrency grifter, an evil villain dictator. He got hit with the Fetterman ray? Yeah. No, he pulled a Mussolini, I guess. Well, Mussolini was never, Like, Mussolini never actually was a politician that was in any way, shape, or form socialist. He was a journalist, a newspaper guy. Yeah, here's the socialist king, Nayib Bukele. Well, you have this exact same image with Donald Trump as well, to be fair. I don't know why people have opinions on something when they don't know. Not you talking about some of the chatters. I don't know much about this, so I just taken the information. Yeah, now he just runs around calling himself a dictator. No, but Donald Trump, 2016. There's an image identical to this with Donald Trump in 2016 holding up a LGBT for Trump flag. Anyway, getting back to the ridiculous hypocrisy, it was the first Trump admin which developed a case against President Hernandez. His brother Tony Hernandez was indicted in 2018 and convicted in 2019. A key ally, Giovanni Fuentes Ramirez, was indicted in 2020. Both were later sentenced to life in prison. So Trump won, once again, setting up the case to arrest this guy under the Biden administration and convict this guy under the Biden administration, only for Trump to turn around and be like, well, Biden put him in jail. He's probably a good guy. Let's release him. Hernandez participated in the importation of at least 185,000 kilograms of cocaine, secured millions of dollars in bribes to Honduran officials, used heavily armed security, including members of the Honduran military and national police, I think this really is the left-wing grift, using left-wing aesthetics and even policies to get power and then switch up. Yeah. Today on tap from David Dan, Marco Rubio is selling a war of choice in Venezuela based on the falsehoods about narco-trafficking to get right-wing South Florida exile political allies back into power. Is an incredibly parochial pretext for an imperial adventure. It's hard to escape the feeling that this is all being done to flatter a few power-mad expats with little concern for American interests. It even managed to sweep in the Nobel Committee, which made the disastrous decision to give opposition leader Maria Corina Machado the Peace Prize, an epic misstep that will take its place alongside Henry Kissinger in the ignominious annals of that award's history. As Maureen Kachik laid out in a dynamite long read last week, the same people who bankrupted Venezuela when in control of a shadow government and who stage managed the failed mercenary-led coup attempt at the end of Trump's first term are the ones agitating to return, despite having stunningly bad reputations in the country they want to lead. The largest proven oil reserves in the world are more the spoils of war than its cause. Last week, a federal judge approved the sale of Venezuelan-owned oil refiner Citgo to Elliott Investment Management, whose founder, Paul Singer, has been a Rubio backer for a decade. Paul Singer rears his ugly head once again in Latin American affairs. But neither hemispheric control, nor petroleum futures, nor interdicting drug supply is the main point of this mad rush. Right-wingers want to get back in charge of Venezuela and they have a friend in the State Department. How awesome. Oh, how fucking dope, dude. It's not even about them. It's for Exxon. No, that's just spoils of war. It's not just for oil, but the oil is the... Look, from what I understand, Venezuela is much more open to extraction with Western capital at this stage than they ever have been under Chavez, okay? But that is a non-starter for foreign capital in general, just like it was a non-starter in Iran. Mossadegh didn't actually fucking say British Petroleum is no longer going to extract Iranian oil. Mossadegh simply said, hey, we want to actually re-examine this relationship that we have with British Petroleum because it kind of feels like we're getting fucked over here. And they were. So it was literally that additional 10% that was the demand from Mossadegh or something along those lines. That was enough for a fucking espionage initiative to be implemented in Iran and the Shah to come back into power as a puppet leader. Okay? That's it. Sometimes it is that much, okay? So for a lot of these guys, just like for a company, it's the threat of unionization that might actually hurt their profit margins in the long run. So they'll spend more money than the initial demand that the union could make in the first couple of years to basically stamp out any sort of unionization initiatives. It is the fact that if a country gains some semblance of sovereignty or some semblance of autonomy, even if they're doing a 50-50 partnership, or that's what their demand is when it's like a 40-60 partnership, let's say, and they want to bring it back to like a 50-50 partnership, later down the line, they might actually secure more resources and more of that foreign capital and redistribute it and actually develop so that they can have a higher point of leverage next time that deal comes into play. And that is the real threat. It's the continued extraction of natural resources with bargain bin prices that these foreign capitalists want to impose. They want to continue. Okay? That's what it is. That is the reason why a destabilized Venezuela is much more favorable for a lot of these people than a stable Venezuela run by leadership that has some kind of leverage and has some kind of interest in negotiating. It's not the fact that they don't want to negotiate at all. I'm sure that Maduro, if given the opportunity right now, would love for a Chevron deal, would love for an Exxon partnership, okay? The country is starving. The country is fucking suffering. That would mean sanctions relief for them. He would take that deal any day of the fucking week, okay? It's also a far better deal than blowing up Caracas. The problem is, if you actually take that deal, you normalize Maduro. If you take that deal, then he might demand a better deal for the Venezuelan population later down the line. And that's terrifying. That's a terrifying prospect. So that is a big part of the equation here. But in terms of like why we have chosen Venezuela and why we're aggressively trying to go to war with Venezuela, well, unfortunately, the oil reserves are just the spoils of war, as David Dayen correctly points out. It's the icing on the cake. The major reason is because they want to install a right-wing dictatorship in Venezuela that is much more compliant with foreign capital demands in general. Oil is only one part of it. On the one hand, cowardice of giving up 10% of profits for being a real man and holding up to business practices, which way, Western man? They will never. History is riddled with foreign capital saying, fuck no. to that additional 10% demand. Because it's not about the additional 10% demand. It's the fact that you are demanding something. It's the fact that you have sovereignty. These guys would much rather have Western compliance, even if it's a dictatorship, right? Western compliance, even if it's an authoritarian government that's just like killing fucking members of the population, disappearing them, throwing them off of fucking helicopters like Pinochet used to do. All of that stuff is totally fine as long as there is no sovereignty, as long as there are no redistributive policies that that any sort of foreign leader is engaging in. It is a way to prolong that pain and instability and lack of development, so it's much easier to continue extracting super profits from the global South. This is Western capitalist foreign policy in perpetuity. Okay? Even if the demands are modest, the very fact that you're making a demand means that you have the audacity to demand sovereignty, and that is unacceptable. That is a real threat. Okay? Yeah, let's be clear. The U.S. government does not care about the people of Venezuela. It cares about U.S. hegemony and the interests of U.S. capitalist class. That's what this is about. Always. Always and forever. Would you say that thanks to the internet and all the conspiracy theories out there, it's gotten more difficult for the USA to just go straight into attacking Venezuela? Maybe, but I don't think they need compliance. I don't think they need to even manufacture consent, because I think they just do it without consent. The American government is realizing that they don't need consent at all. They don't even need to manufacture consent. They just kind of do it. Why can't Maduro threaten to blow up the oil fields like Iran did? What do you mean, blow up his own oil fields? What are you talking about? It's the last remaining lifeline for Venezuela. He's not going to blow up his own fucking oil fields. Reporter asked Donald Trump directly, do we have a video of this? I would love to see his face during this. Maybe it's on the playlist.
Caroline, excuse me, regarding Venezuela, the president said
we're going back to the drug boats, in air quotes, okay?
Yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, the reported second strike on an alleged drug boat on September 2nd. The secretary said to the president that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Abe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially...
Is that a weird FPS on this, or is Twitch fucking with me? No, I don't know if it's like weird FPS on my computer in general, but I've been noticing that as well with YouTube.
Designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. Because this administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough fentanyl trafficked into our country to kill every American man, woman, and child many times over. And so
not even coming from Venezuela, mind you. Once again, not even coming from Venezuela. And they have done zero propaganda to even imply that it's coming from Venezuela. They just say it, right? But they don't even tie it to Venezuela. They just say fentanyl's coming into the country. And they just let it hang. Okay. Is there any evidence that it's coming from Venezuela? Well, we didn't suggest that it was coming from Venezuela. We just said that it's happening. Right? Okay. Is this the most appropriate way of dealing with it, even if there is any evidence that you've presented that it's coming from Venezuela? Shut the fuck up. We have to bomb Venezuela.
So that's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last, and it's one of the many reasons the American public reelected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these strikes.
So to clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave...
Andrew, go ahead. Sure.
First on the Venezuela strike, you said that second strike was...
For clarity, is there evidence to suggest where the drugs are coming from? And if so, where? Yes. The DEA's own assessment, the DEA's own intelligence shows that drugs are obviously coming in. The chemical compounds necessary to produce fentanyl oftentimes comes from China, and the other parts come from the Mexican border. Okay? And it is trafficked primarily by American citizens, contrary to what the Trump administration is saying. It's like 80%. The overwhelming majority, I think somewhere around 90%, are trafficked through our ports and regular points of entry. And 80% are actually trafficked by American citizens. Okay, the fentanyl precursors are shipped in, the chemicals and things of that nature are shipped in through our regular ports, through by way of China. And the rest comes from Mexico, trafficked by American citizens. We have the market. It is Americans who are consuming the drugs. It is Americans who are trafficking the drugs. It is an entirely American problem. But the solution to it seemingly is everything but tackling this American problem at the point of America. Okay? It's always everybody else. It's ironic because this demand for it, the market for it, and the trade for the fentanyls is in exchange for the weapons that Americans have. Okay? Cartels ship in the drugs with American citizens, and then American weapons make their way to are used by the cartel. That's why they have all the best gear. So it quite literally plays a role in destabilizing Mexico. So there are numerous points where we can actually tackle this problem. It's just we are not invested in tackling this problem at all. Okay? Having said that, I don't know if you noticed this, but at no point did I mention Venezuela. That's because, according to the DEA's own assessments, Venezuela plays no role in fentanyl trafficking. Like none at all. So when these guys are saying, oh, fentanyl is killing Americans, like we got to blow up these drug boats, they're literally blowing up random low-level smugglers that are using go-fast boats between Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago. These boats do not have the capacity to make it to the American coastline anyway, and that's not a significant narco-trafficking hub. So it's just completely made up.
In full accordance with the law of armed conflict, but the Navy's own manual of law of war says that specifically firing on survivors from a wrecked vessel.
And yeah, there isn't even enough evidence to suggest that they are smuggling drugs between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela, for the record. They're just simply claiming that. I want to stress this, okay? They released some information, and also there were follow-up investigations that were conducted by the New York Times and from other foreign outlets that suggest that these guys, like some of the people that were killed, were just straight up like super low level, irrelevant to like drug trafficking in America. Like some of them were just like trafficking shipments, or some of them were like smuggling other shit, not even drugs. Some of them were fishermen. Knockoff merchandise, things of that nature. Just like not regular. Not exactly busting any sort of like serious, significant narco trafficking enterprise. Of course, one of the greatest ironies here is that if you want to tackle the overdose problem with opiates, there is the last administration that actually took the initiative, quietly, albeit, even though it became a major point of contention for Fox News watchers at the time. But a marginal move in the direction of rehabilitation over incarceration actually created an environment where, for the first time ever under the Biden administration, overdose deaths decreased. Okay? They did. Overdose deaths by opiates actually decreased under the Biden administration in the last year, in the election year, as a matter of fact. A big part of that was because of harm reduction initiatives, something that I talked about quite a bit, even during the campaign, even during the election cycle, and yet the Democrats never made a big fuss about it at all for some fucking weird reason. But yes, distribution of Narcan, safe injection sites, and other kinds of harm reduction initiatives actually successfully lowered the number of overdose deaths in the country for the first time since the opiate crisis started. Of course, Donald Trump came in and cut all of those initiatives, so who knows where the fuck we'll go with the opioid overdose deaths in the country now. I don't know where we're at, and I don't even know if we'll ever actually get accurate numbers from this fucking administration any longer, considering that we can't even get financial numbers. You know? Everything is awful. Everything is broken. But it almost feels like drug addiction is a health issue and not one that you can penalize and treat like a issue of criminality. No.
Is an example of a war crime that's forbidden under U.S. law and the law of armed conflict. So how was that second strike in following law of armed conflict and then second on immigration?
Again, Andrew, I would reiterate to you the strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict. And since somebody asked about Congress and it's sort
You're missing a very important thing. Drug policy is what causes overdoses. No, I'm not missing a very important thing. I'm saying that. I'm that's the point I'm making. Yes. Yes. You're absolutely correct, Chatter. I agree with you.
Related to Venezuela, I also want to add that Secretary Hegseth spoke with members of Congress who may have expressed some concerns over the weekend. And there have also been 13 bipartisan briefings to Congress on the Venezuelan strikes. There have been a number of document reviews for members of Congress to review the classified DOJ Office of Legal Counsel opinion and other related documents. 29 senators and 92 representatives have reviewed those documents, which is about 2/3 of those are Democrat members. And they have been made available to all 100 senators, all 435 members of the House, and to general counsels of the relevant committees on a bipartisan basis for their review.
What do you think they're going to do after bombing Venezuela and the drugs keep entering the U.S. since the drugs don't come from Venezuela? I don't think anyone even believes that they're doing this to tackle drugs. So I don't think anything will change in that regard. I'm going to be real with you, Chatter. I don't think that is going to change at all.
In addition to...
It'll just like piss off some Americans, I think, and then the rest of them will get all hoo-ha and and patriotic about why we're destroying another country. You know, they're going to find out why we don't have health care. Venezuelans about to find out why we don't have health care. Anyway, skipping this.
Contradiction.
And talking more about the why they're supporting these attacks then. Who's supporting these attacks? I just explained to you that consent doesn't even need to be manufactured anymore because who the fuck's going to stop them? My dad? Okay, well, I do love seeing a hog in the wild like that because for most people, okay, respect. Okay, respect for outing your dad like this, but as far he's so hogged out, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, there are always going to be people that are so hogged out, as you say, that they will just agree with anything that this administration is doing, no matter what. I don't think those people can be moved in general. Because, like, Chatter's dad is wild because even the polls are showing like 60% of Republicans oppose overthrowing Maduro. Yeah, like you have to be a special kind of hog that's not even like the normal MAGA hog if you're like actively supporting whatever the fuck we're doing in Venezuela. Because apparently, according to polls that we've looked at, even the Republicans, by majority, do not agree with intervention in Venezuela. At most, the only thing that they've agreed on is the boats being blown up. And that's like at 70% or something. Which may be because they haven't really done too much propaganda for the hogs to get on board with direct military intervention. So you might have like a shiny Pokemon style elite hog in your dad. Cherish it.
To his crackdown on the Caribbean drug trade, President Trump announced over the weekend that he would pardon the former president of Honduras, who was convicted just last year of conspiring to import cocaine into the United States. Jay O'Brien has the story. Good morning, Jay.
Yeah, good morning, George. President Trump has repeatedly warned that drug cartels present an urgent danger to the United States. But this morning, in a major contradiction, the president announcing he's pardoning Juan Orlando Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, currently serving a 45-year prison sentence here in the U.S. for drug trafficking and weapons charges. In 2024, the Department of Justice said that for nearly 2 decades, Hernandez helped cartels, quote, move mountains of cocaine into this country, and was at the center of one of the largest and most violent drug trafficking conspiracies in the world. And despite that, in a post announcing his endorsement of the conservative candidate in Honduras' ongoing elections, Trump also promised to grant Hernandez a, quote, full and complete pardon, claiming the former leader had been treated very harshly and unfairly, and arguing without evidence that Hondurans believe Hernandez was, quote unquote, set up. Now, Democrats slamming this move, calling it part of a string of controversial pardons issued by President Trump. Even Republican Senator Bill Cassidy.
Someone should have told Donald Trump that Barack Obama loved this guy. Maybe he would have reconsidered posting such positive things about him. You know? You just released Barack Obama's favorite guy. Excuse me. And possibly Hunter Biden's crack dealer.
Of Louisiana, questioning why the administration would pardon Hernandez and then go after Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro on similar accusations of drug trafficking. George.
Okay, Jay, thanks very much.
Follow up on the MRI, because President Trump yesterday said that he would release the results of his MRI.
Dude, everything is so busted, down to the president's health.
Is that happening right now?
It is happening right now. As part of, and this is a summary from the president's physician, and we will release it right now. I think my team has it teed up for all of you. I'll read it.
My dad deadass says there's no other thing those boats could possibly be for other than deadly murder, ocean drugs, and that. And as non-U.S. citizens approaching here illegally, question mark, they deserve no fair trial, due process. I mean, that's awesome. That it has nothing to do with the things that are happening, but he's imagined it. And therefore, we just have to kind of deal with it. Because, like, I would say that like 20 to 30% of Americans are exactly like your dad. They are just fucking hallucinating. They're just taking on whatever the fuck Fox News is saying, whatever the fuck Trump is saying at face value and going, yup, good enough for me. Like a couple questions would, I think, brick everything he knows about the world. You could just be like, Dad, do you think that this is the most efficient way to traffic drugs to the United States coastline? Like, how do you think a tiny boat like that could make its way to the United States of America? Like, just open up a map and be like, do you see this? Do you see this trip? Do you think it's possible to make this trip on a go-fast boat? Like, how many stops do you think need to take place? You're going to make his brain explode? I mean, I'm just saying, at least have fun with it at this point. You got a shiny Pokemon-style hog in your dad. You might as well enjoy the show. You know? Because I would like to explore. I would like to explore, like, the depths of his imagination. Like, how is he going to look at that and be like, well, you know, maybe they're making like 20 stops along the route. Like, where are they stopping? How are they refueling? Or do they just have extra fuel tanks? And if that's the case, I feel like, given the size of the boat, you wouldn't even have any space for cocaine or fentanyl. You know? I would like to know how they would come up with that. Like, I would like to know what they would... Wait, why are you attacking the guy? What the fuck? He's not even it's not his fault that his dad believes nonsensical shit. The fuck? Calm down, chatter. Aren't the 30-odd% wanting this war just neocon hogs? Like, you're probably like a boomer hog who still loves the war on terror with a love boner for it all? Sure.
For you, and then you'll get it physically as well. As part of President Trump's comprehensive executive physical, advanced imaging was performed because men in his age group benefit from a thorough evaluation of cardiovascular and abdominal health. The purpose of this imaging is preventative, to identify any issues early, confirm overall health, and ensure the president maintains long-term vitality and function. President Trump's cardiovascular imaging was perfectly normal. No evidence of arterial narrowing impairing blood flow or abnormalities in the heart or major vessels. The heart chambers are normal in size, the vessel walls appear smooth and healthy, and there are no signs of inflammation or clotting. Overall, his cardiovascular system shows excellent health. His abdominal imaging is also perfectly normal. All major organs appear very healthy and well perfused. Everything evaluated is functioning within normal limits with no acute or chronic concerns. In summary, this level of detailed assessment is standard for an executive physical at President Trump's age and confirms that he remains in excellent overall.
The president is the healthiest man in the United States of America. No one has ever been healthier than our beautiful president. Like, look, I'm not in the business of dunking on North Korea, but anytime I hear her do one of these things, I am reminded of my goat, the DPRK lady who Kim Jong-un gave an apartment to. You know what I'm talking about? I forget her name. The elderly lady who's been doing this for years and years at this point. I love her. I mean, she's got way more swag than Caroline Leavitt. But like the tone of voice, it just like reminds me of that. Ri Chun-hee, is that her name? Peak healthy man. A listener passes along this photo of our president enjoying his meal at the golf club earlier. I've never seen a healthier man. I've never seen a healthier man in general. I'm not even talking about presidents. I'm talking straight up healthiest American, okay? Yeah, you might not like to see it, but this is a peak physicality, okay? When you nut, but she keeps sucking. I'm sorry. Which president's getting the best head? Bubba's returning the favor. Okay, I'm done. All right. All right. Enough. Enough of this madness. Let's take a look. The New York Times reported that you had a phone call with Maduro. Did you?
The New York Times reported that you had a phone call with Maduro. Did you? I don't want to comment on it. The answer is yes. And can you tell us a little bit about it?
Wait, what? I don't want to comment on it. The answer is yes. What do you mean? You don't want to comment on it? You just gave a comment on it.
Would you say it went well? I would say it went well or badly.
Did you already react to this? If so, when? Just spent the evening with Trump at Real Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. His stamina is unbelievable for any age. He was tearing your shit up. Oh my God. I know he had you screaming. He fucked you good. Oh, that's awesome. They did do this exact same thing with Brandon, which is why it's beautiful. Our president is Brandoning. Every president going forward post Brandon is going to be branded. Ow. Oh my God. Oh, I think I blew my fucking upper back out sneezing. I'm Brandoning too. Everybody, everything's transgender. Everybody Brandon. Oh God. Funny story. One time I shared the other Hasan's account tweet with a friend who hates you and he lost his shit at me because he thinks all Hasans are you. That's awesome.
Mr. You've made so clear how you want to keep drugs out of the U.S.
Right.
Can you explain more about why you would pardon a notorious drug trafficker?
Well, I don't know who you're talking about. Which
Juan
one?
Orlando Hernandez.
Well, I was asked by Honduras, many of the people of Honduras, they said it was a Biden setup. I don't mean Biden. Look, Biden didn't know he was alive, but it was the people that surround the Resolute desk, surround Biden when he was there, which was about very little time. And the people of Honduras really thought he was set up and it was a terrible thing. He was the president of the country. And they basically said he was a drug dealer because he was the president of the country. And they said it was a Biden administration setup. And I looked at the facts and I agreed with them.
What evidence can you share that he was set up and that he wasn't?
Well, you take a look. I mean, they could say that you take any country you want. If somebody sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life.
Mr. President, do you think the U.S.
That includes this country, okay?
Why does he sound like shit? Excuse me. He sounds amazing. How dare you? How dare you do such? How dare you say such
New
things?
details in the deadly National Guard ambush investigation. Ramanullah Lakanawal of Afghanistan facing murder in the first degree after 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom died from gunshot wounds.
Yeah, I can't get over the fucking whole, we're dealing with drug traffickers at the highest level here. And that's why we have to bomb Venezuela, while simultaneously in the same weekend, I cannot believe that in the same weekend he pardoned the former president of Honduras, who got like what, 50 years for drug trafficking, like convicted drug trafficker. They're dabbing on us. How can you look at this as anything but they're dabbing on us? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. You have to be doing it on purpose, right? It's like, haha, what are you going to fucking do, bitch? Yeah, they're just flexing, right? This has to be a flex. I don't know. They're teabagging. They're teabagging. It's BM. It's BM. Like, maybe don't do this right now. You know, maybe do it like a year later, after you have already been in the depths of bombing Venezuela to combat narco trafficking, as you have claimed. Because one's an actual convicted drug trafficker. The other one, you're just kind of making up. You're just kind of saying is a drug trafficker, but you don't even have your heart in it.
Sustained when he allegedly opened fire on her and her fellow West Virginia National Guardsman, Andrew Wolf. Over the weekend, a candlelight vigil to mourn Beckstrom, along with a solemn honor escort near the U.S. Capitol. Wolf, who is only 24, remains at a D.C. area hospital with serious wounds.
Andrew is fighting for his life right now.
The FBI has interviewed family and associates of the 29-year-old suspect and tried to exploit documents and other material obtained through searches of mobile devices, his social media footprint, and properties tied to him.
We believe he could have been radicalized in his home community and in his home state.
But thus far, authorities have not publicly released any specific evidence tying the suspect to a specific terrorist organization. And while the investigation into potential terrorism ties remains active, officials say they're also seeing signs of financial stress and a potential mental health crisis. Sources telling ABC News Laka Nawal was vetted by and worked with the CIA during the war in Afghanistan. He was brought into the U.S. under the Biden administration in 2021 through the program Operation Allies Welcome, and was granted asylum by the Trump administration in...
One of the crazier parts of this is they keep saying that like, oh, he was radicalized in the United States of America post-vetting. It's like, no, he was radicalized when he was 15 years old and the CIA groomed him to be a fucking death squad mercenary. Yeah, the terrorist organization that he was affiliated with is the American terrorist organization of the CIA.
April on forces.
Like, this is a picture perfect representation of the hogification, right? This guy is just like any other American veteran experiencing PTSD, many of which have done damn near identical crimes on U.S. soil this past year. The only difference is he was Afghan. He's an Afghan national. Like, instead of going through the regular route of being like a poor guy living in Nebraska or something and doing ROTC, and then, I don't know, instead of going, I guess ROTC, you just go into the officer's program, but like instead of ROTC, you just like, you fantasize about joining the military, you become a Marine, and then you go to Afghanistan and do like similar kinds of crimes. And then you come back home and you fucking, you snap. He's just the Afghan version of this. I don't understand. Like, people are making it seem like this is a totally different issue. The asylum application literally asks if you've been a part of a paramilitary group who has committed significant harm or killing as a disqualifier. No way should he have been granted. What are you talking about? Chatter. He was doing it for the CIA. He was a contractor for the American government. Like he wasn't doing it for what? The point here is not that he was granted asylum. The point of the problem is not that he was granted asylum. The point of the problem is that this zero unit exists to begin with. Like, the issue is that the issue starts not at the point of like letting people like this into the country. The issue starts at the fact that units like this even exist, or even American military presence exists in Afghanistan.
Sources telling ABC News he was unemployed and deeply impacted by the death of one of his Afghan commanders. Sources say in recent days he had been isolated and increasingly distant from family and friends.
The suspect remains hospitalized under heavy guard. In the wake of the attack, President Trump has halted all asylum applications.
Yeah, they're using this as an opportunity to halt all asylum applications. This is great. It's fucking awesome. It's just so unimaginably racist. Yeah, bro assimilated too good is right. That's exactly what happened. Like, how is this any different than the dude who fucking popped Chris Kyle? You know what I mean? Two military veterans. They're going to the fucking, they're going to the shooting range, and one of them snaps and just ends up killing Chris Kyle. You know? Do we just go, oh, wow, we really got to reconsider white people, you know, doing this kind of thing? No, of course not. It's not any different than the, I feel like, Batman or Halo guy that blew up the Turo rental Cybertruck outside of the Trump Tower in Las Vegas the first day of the Trump administration. It's no different than the Marine guy who drove his fucking F-150 pickup truck into a Mormon church and tried to blow it up. That happened like last month. The New Orleans guy who was also another, you know, Green Beret slash, he was like another intelligence guy as well. He was also in the U.S. military who, in New Orleans, who went and did an act of domestic terror. He was also brown. I think he was like also, was he also Afghan, of Afghan descent? I can't remember, but he was an American citizen in the American military. The boat attack guy in North Carolina. Or yeah, he was the IT guy or something, right? I can't remember. He was not Afghan. What was his background? I think he was like Muslim. I think he was a Muslim convert. Oh, okay. I'm mixing up my fucking U.S. soldiers, U.S. veterans snapping on U.S. soil and committing acts of domestic terror. They melt into one another at this point. You know? They literally just fucking melt into one another. How am I supposed to figure out who's who? There's so many fucking cases. That's kind of the point. The point is, this happens all the fucking time, as a matter of fact. And it seems like this administration never wants to let an opportunity, a crisis opportunity, go to waste. So given this guy's background as an Afghan national and this administration's interest in like stopping all flows of migration and all asylum seekers to make a point about how migrants are responsible for endless amounts of violence, they're just using this as an opportunity to do an asylum freeze.
And we start with a Fox News alert. Right now, a National Guardsman is fighting for his life in critical condition this morning after allegedly being shot by an Afghan national on Thanksgiving Eve.
So it comes as officials revealed that the suspect was likely radicalized while living in the United States.
And we knew about him going.
Yeah, here, Rolling Stones actually went deeper into this, by the way. Rolling Stones reviewed a screenshot of the group chat in June where zero-unit veterans shared information with the CIA representative about ongoing issues. Lockenwall posted messages asking for help. His last post went unanswered and was deleted by the chat's administrator. Yeah, a fellow unit member describes how the alleged D.C. National Guard shooter felt abandoned by the CIA. He'd say, I'm working 9 years or 10 years with the U.S. government. They never answer my phone call. This is literally, like, I'm sorry, any veteran that says they don't understand exactly what happened here is just fucking lying, okay? This is such a common story. The only difference is this dude is an Afghan national. That's it. And not like homegrown, okay? That's the only difference. What the fuck are we doing? We broke this man starting when we made him a child soldier at just 15. The only reason we care about him now is because his choice wasn't to anonymously kill himself like the other 22 veterans who commit suicide in this country on a daily basis. Yep. Yeah, if only they'd given him a lock for his gun case. Yeah, exactly. Which is what you can look forward to if you're a veteran with crippling PTSD and suicidal tendencies. You know, you won't get the adequate mental health treatment, of course, but they'll give you a free gun case, or not even a gun case, but a lock for a gun case that you have to purchase on your own, of course. But be sure to put a photo of your family in that gun case as well, so that that last second decision stops you dead in your tracks. The additional 30 seconds required to unlock the gun case can be a difference in life and death. It's true. That is literally the American VA's solution to 22 a day veteran suicides. Isn't that fucking nuts? I'm not, like, it sounds so dystopian, and it sounds like I'm making it up. And to be fair, I thought it was insane until I saw the ad. They used to run those ads on my broadcast. The VA used to run those ads on my broadcast. It's not 22 a day now. I think it's like 14 or 15 or 17. I don't fucking know the exact number now, but anyway, but yeah, no, look no further than how this is Brandon's fault or how it's the fault of Afghanistan or anybody else, really.
Off the rails as early as 2023. Madeline Rivera joins us live in Washington with the latest. Maddie.
Hi, good morning. 24-year-old Andrew Wolf remains in the hospital today where he is surrounded by family members. His parents say their son is a fighter and they're asking for prayers.
You know, I had a chance to be at the hospital yesterday, and I want to tell you something. When you go there, sometimes when you go to a hospital, a lot of people are very concerned. People certainly are here. But the positive energy, the spirit that the families bring to bear, that his friends have, everyone is rooting for him so hard to make it to that next level. And it's really encouraging to see.
Communities in West Virginia have been holding vigils for 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom, who passed away on Thanksgiving. President Trump says he wants to meet with Beckstrom's parents.
I said, when you're ready, because it's a tough thing, come to the White House. We're going to honor Sarah. And likewise with Andrew, recover or not, we're going to honor her.
Investigators have been working around the clock going through the background of the suspect, 29-year-old Ramanullah Lakhanwal. They've yet to say what drove Lakhanwal, an Afghan national who once worked with the CIA, to allegedly travel cross-country to carry out this attack.
We believe he was radicalized since he's been here in this country. We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him. Anyone who has information on this needs to know that we will be coming after you, and we will bring you to justice.
Another Afghan national is facing state terror charges in Texas after DHS says he plotted to make a bomb with the intention of targeting the Fort Worth area. He was arrested on Tuesday, the day before the shooting in D.C. Lawrence, Ainsley, and Brian.
All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Maddie. So we're learning more and more about this guy, including that there were signs. If he ever belonged here is one thing. You know, he worked for the CIA, that zero unit. I understand that. But because the CIA said he was all right to work with and fight with, doesn't mean he's okay to live here. But let's just say that.
What? Yeah, why are we bringing these killers to U.S. On U.S. soil?
They thought he was okay to live here because he worked with that unit. Well, by 2023, they say it became pretty clear that he was off the rails. He was depressed. He had no.
Okay, well, it was the Trump administration that actually granted him asylum. So what the fuck are we talking about? Like, how do you make sense of that? Like, he was someone working within the CIA. I thought this was an example of the best kind of migrant, the best kind of asylum seeker, a guy who did a lot of contracted killing of civilians for us. Sure, he got a little depressed. But, I like that absolutely no one is asking the question, why the fuck do we have a special unit designed to shoot up hospitals and schools in Afghanistan that the CIA controls, that is entirely comprised of Afghan nationals? What the fuck is happening? Let alone asking the question, why are we in Afghanistan? Why were we in Afghanistan? I thought we established that was dumb. Nope.
Job. In fact, friends said, why
were we working with 15-year-olds? Why was the CIA grooming 15-year-olds to make them murder monsters?
Then they said he has 5 kids. They said when his wife would go and visit relatives, they said the kids would come to school with dirty clothes, then they'd be dirty clothes, unwashed, and hungry. And they reported this to the school, and to Health and Human Services, their local unit there, but there's no sense of anyone trying to close the circle to try to take action. But
take action by what? Deporting him? He's not even saying take action by like offering mental health services. He's literally saying, why did nobody realize that he was depressed and therefore deport him immediately? I hope that at least the veterans, maybe the veterans in this community can understand it, but like I hope the veterans watching Fox News can at least, at least the ones that were in Afghanistan that have like some level of respect for the Afghan nationals that they worked alongside, that, they see the disdain that Fox News has for you as well. I know it's difficult for you to put yourself in the shoes of a brown guy, but that is what it is. I mean, he is literally saying like the way to deal with these fucking pesky vets is, take care of them, jail them ahead of time. Apprehend them, let God sort it out.
They would realize this guy was off the rails back then.
Well, so to your initial point about us working with him.
And also, ironically enough, even if this is the argument, the Trump administration is responsible for allowing him to get asylum. So what are we talking about?
In the CIA, I mean, this is very common. They're not sometimes the most model citizens that we work with, but we have a common enemy. And so we typically work with people that are in the inside. But to the point of when he came back home, okay, so they noticed that he's going crazy, and they realized that he's not showing up to his check-ins, which are required for him to be here. Why didn't anyone do anything? The whole point of a check-in is to keep tabs on the person. What is the process when the person doesn't do
he ends up
the
getting
check-in?
asylum.
Exactly.
Even though he's off the rails, he gets asylum. What the hell happened?
Kristi Noem said his vetting process all happened under Joe Biden. She described the screening of Afghans and other foreign nationals under Biden as inadequate. Now Trump has strengthened the vetting process for anyone coming over.
Wait. That's not, they're just, what? But it happened under Trump. The confirmation came under Trump. Hey, first timer here, you're a douche. Thanks, Chatter. This shit don't add up.
Or coming into our country that's an immigrant, including reviewing social media and checking to see who they interact with, because Kristi Noem says this guy was radicalized when he got here to America, but he had connections.
They're trying to say that the vetting took place under Biden. Trump just believed the Biden team, and it's all of their fault. That's a move for sure. Yeah, this is pretty cool. You just, once again, you just fucking lie, and then that's it, right? All you need to do is just lie and say, no, Brandon did this.
To his home community, and they're
As long as you can find a way to tie everything back to Joe Brandon, then I guess like there are people at least in the Trump orbit that will agree with it and say, yeah, that seems good to me. As long as my beautiful president's reputation and his administration is not tarnished in any capacity, you know, I couldn't stand for that. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it was Brandon. Brandon did this. Okay, good. I believe it.
Talking with family members and to find out who he was interacting with. Trump also said he's going to impose additional restrictions on migrants. He's going to stop all immigrants from third world countries, and he doubled down on that. No asylum for some nations for a long time, he says, possibly. Right. Brian interviewed C.J. Douglas, Marine veteran, helped with the Afghanistan rescues.
Yeah, so he was called out of retirement to help out in Doha and screen these people. And then they said, would you co-author the what went wrong in Kabul and Abbey Gate? So he did that, tried to brief Joe Biden on it. First he said, can't do a half hour. He goes, well, we'll knock it out in 15 minutes. Then Joe Biden said, no, I can't even do 15 minutes. Just leave it for me. So there's no indications that Joe Biden even read it. But meanwhile, he knew about the vetting. He was trying to do it in real time on a tarmac in Qatar. Here's what he said about Afghanistan and the...
Okay, none of this has anything to do with the Trump administration accepting his asylum application. We have moved so far beyond the initial point of contention, the initial lie that they told, and now they're just talking about other shit. As long as they can keep talking about Joe Biden somehow, they're not even doing a good enough job with this. Where they're just like, yeah, well, Biden didn't listen to the report from this other guy who was talking about Abbey Gate and the scandal that was our failure of a failure to leave Afghanistan. Like, okay, the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Exit.
This still goes back to the Biden administration's failure to hold the Taliban to the conditions-based withdrawal. Because, as I've told you previously, I would rather fight them over there than have them here on our shores and have, American citizens have to be concerned about everyday life. I'm for the freezing, and what I would say is with that, what we need to do is look at how we are going to assist the current population we have, and then as well.
So Secretary Noem now admits that there was no vetting failure under President Biden, despite repeating this endlessly and using it as a justification for shutting down all legal immigration of Afghan immigrants. National Guard shooting suspect radicalized in the U.S., Homeland Secretary says, as of today. Noem was DHS Secretary when his asylum application was approved in April. So if there was a vetting failure, it was by her department in April, not by Biden. It doesn't even make sense to say that this is like the Biden administration's fault and failure. How does that even make any sense? You're the one, your admin is the one that actually vetted him.
How we're going to tighten up the screening process for future people coming from third world countries that don't have the ability to screen people as they're coming.
Quickly on.
But they're not. It's not them that are screening. It's not only our government that participates in the screening process, but it was specifically this administration that approved this person's asylum application. Okay? And once again, it's not even it's not even the fact that this person is on U.S. soil is not the major point of contention here, okay? Because this guy did what many veterans have done as well, and he just seemingly fucking snapped. He felt like he didn't get any coverage or any help from the government after years and years, after a decade of service, which of course was to murder his own countrymen, okay? And for that, they allowed him to come to the United States of America, and then they did nothing. It's the same exact thing that they do to American veterans as well, who then also end up snapping in a similar way and killing a bunch of people.
The radicalization, since they're saying that it happened home, and I'm learning this from a lot of my veteran friends who have contacts within people that served. They served in Afghanistan, and they know some of the people that have since come to the United States that were on that plane, on the multiple planes. And they say that a lot of them are upset about how they're being treated here in America, and they thought there were going to be more resources. But as my veteran friends have made it very clear to them, how do you think American vets are treated when they come back home? We still...
What the fuck? Bro, yeah. Okay. That's... What? Are they doing the thing where they're like, oh, what about the homeless veterans? Whenever people talk... Dude, that's the point. They're trying to be like, well, we treat our own American veterans like shit. Of course we're going to treat Afghan veterans like shit. Okay, don't you think that nobody should be treated like shit? Hello?
People that are in the middle of the street, they're not getting services and all that. So there's a vetting...
Yeah, don't tell that to Brian Kilme, okay? Hey, don't remind Brian Kilme that there are homeless veterans on the streets. He's about to see red. Last time you brought up homelessness in front of Brian Kilme, he talked about how every single one of them should be murdered. So, you know, he's holding on. He's white knuckling. He's like, oh, don't bring up homeless veterans. I want to spit on them. I want to spit on them after I shoot them dead. I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kill 'em all.
Component of this, and then people that are upset that they thought that they helped the United States when they were overseas, and they feel like they're not treated fairly. Our own veterans aren't treated fairly when they come back home. Many of them are on the streets and depressed and struggling with suicide as well.
They don't understand our society.
No,
period.
they don't.
They don't understand that you get...
Oh, yeah, they don't. Yeah, no, they don't understand our society, period. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so what happens when, like, an American homegrown veteran snaps in a similar fashion? What then? What now? Do those guys not understand our society either? Because he just basically admitted that this is just a common meta. This is the common problem, which is what I've been saying all along. He's just like, Brian Kilme's like, but okay, you're talking about our lack of resources for our fucking veterans, but also I need to remind you, this man is Afghan, okay? He is different. He is from Afghan. He's from Afghanistan. Okay, so it's a different type of veteran.
Your success is generated from yourself,
right?
And they don't understand our society at all. And there's got to be immediate action taken, because evidently they were handed 1.5 million people on this immigration asylum list for the Bidens go, yeah, we haven't even looked at this list yet. So they're here, 1.5 million, and we have not been able to screen a year in, not even a year into this administration.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilme.
It is Election Day in Tennessee tomorrow.
Oh, this is exciting news. Obviously, we got our girl Afton. You got another Barry Weiss mention in an Eli Valley post. For Weiss, the decline of American media is best exemplified by the rise of Nick Fuentes, a Nazi, Andrew Tate, a virulent misogynist, and Hasan Piker, a leftist streamer who pushes universal health care while playing video games. And no, you can't say I don't play video games any longer, because I have been playing a lot of fucking video games, okay? I've been playing Dispatch nonstop. Yeah, Nick Fuentes, Nazi, Tate, misogynist, Hasan, lies about gaming. Except I don't. Oh, Barry Weiss would hate it if you played Dispatch right now. Okay, shut the fuck up, chatters. We got a lot of news to cover, okay? Come on. That shit is barely a game you're just reading. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is this the new meta? The games that I've played are not real video games? Is that what it is? Oh, by the way, Axios. Hakeem Jeffrey says he doesn't expect House Democrats to pursue the Pete Hegseth impeachment. Nice. I would hate for you to do something, anything really. Oh, also, wait, before we get into the Afton Bain thing, let's cover Jessica Tarkov.
Yeah, it was definitely a hurried process. I did not see many Democrats even or people part of the administration who were defending the way that we exited this situation. And a lot of the concern was actually for people like this alleged murderer who had helped over the years. And you see veterans all over TV talking about how amazing the vast majority of these people are and that we were going to leave them to die if we did that. I think that looking at that program again and saying we can't repeat that is definitely important. But it's been disappointing to see President Trump or DHS Secretary Kristi Noem on the Sunday shows denying the fact that Donald Trump's administration granted him asylum in April of this year. So they had a chance to evaluate the situation as well when he was nuts, when he was suicidal, when he was threatening, all these things that have been going on in his life, and they also let him stay. So just making this it was your fault, not we have an American problem, I think turns a lot of people off from this, or this kind of rhetoric when Trump is posting that you need to denaturalize people who undermine domestic tranquility and deport foreign nationals who are non-compatible with Western civilization.
Back-to-back Fox clips. Chatter, are you new here? We watch more Fox News than your racist grandfather. I'm a Fox News watcher. I'm an avid Fox News watcher, so much so that I know the names of the hosts. And some of them I cherish and celebrate, like Jessica Tarkov. Jessica escaped from Tarkov.
Using those kinds of sweeping terms versus saying, we need to look at this program and we need to make sure that everyone that we are bringing here deserves to be here is a much more appropriate response to it. But, you know, I understand and was personally hugely upset by this and continue to be, and hope that, you know, the soldier who's fighting for his life can get through.
Celebrate is a strong word. No, I'll say it. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to do Afton Bain. Yeah, I've been photographed with Jessica escape from Tarkov. And yes, we're going to do Wokelahoma University. I briefly covered it yesterday, but we're going to do it again today.
Tomorrow, a special election for Tennessee's 7th congressional district. This is a heavily Republican district. So why are Republicans having to spend so much money there? CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is here with the details. When I say this is a Republican district, Harry, how Republican?
It is a ruby red Republican district, John Berman. What are we talking about? Well, why don't we just take a look at the past 3 presidential elections in the great state of Tennessee, in the 7th district, in that great state. Look at Trump's margins. In 2016, he won it by 17 points. 2020, 15 points. And then in 2024, Johnny B, takes the cake here. We get Donald Trump winning by 22 points. That's why I say even a close GOP win tomorrow is a bad sign for them, because what we're dealing with is a district that all 3 times that Donald Trump was on the ballot in the general election, he won it by double digits. And last time, he broke the 20-point margin barrier.
I would say if you had to look at the congressional map, any district that Donald Trump won by 22 points, you would say, you know, you've got like nearly a 100% chance of winning if you're running for Congress there. But what are the prediction markets saying right now?
Yeah, what are we talking about in terms of the prediction market odds? Look, the Democrat has a 15% chance of winning in that race, okay? A 15% chance, which ain't nothing in a district that Donald Trump won by 22 points. But here, I think, is the key nugget on this side of the ledger, and that is a GOP win by under 10 points. There's a 68% chance of that. So there is a more than 2/3 chance that the Republican candidate, yes, they win, But they win by a significantly lower margin than Donald Trump. We're talking about double digits, smaller. We're talking about a huge shift to the left. We're talking about, when you add these two together, we're talking about a more than 80% chance that there is a clear double-digit shift to the left and a 15% chance the Democrat actually wins in a district that Donald Trump won by 22 points. That just shows you how bad the environment is for Republicans right now, that the Democrat has any sort of a chance in this district.
Talk to me about what the special election has been showing so far.
Yeah, okay, so you see this and you say, okay, this might just be a one-off in Tennessee. It's a December special election. But get this, 2025 House special elections. Dems outran Kamala Harris. We've had 5 so far. Arizona 7, Dem outran Kamala Harris. Florida 1, Dem outran Kamala Harris. Florida 6, Dem outran Kamala Harris. Texas 18, Dem outran Kamala Harris. And in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., and Virginia 11, the Dem outran Kamala Harris. And on average so far, the Democrats have been outrunning Kamala Harris's margin by over 15 points. So what the prediction market suggests would happen in Tennessee is not something that's happening in isolation. It is happening all over the congressional map.
Okay, so when you see something like this, what is...
It's a real Holy Toledo type situation, honestly. A real Holy Toledo type situation, ladies and gentlemen.
History tell us about what ultimately happens.
Okay, so you see these and you say, special elections, what do they matter? Well, take a look to the midterm that happens down the line. You go all the way back since over 20 years ago. What are we talking about? Special elections and midterm results. When a party outperformed in special elections.
If anyone honest was around Kamala, they would sit her down, play this segment, and tell her not to run again. No, sweetie, you don't understand. The K-Hive is real, okay?
Since 2005, 5 out of 5 times they went on to win the House of Representatives in the next midterm. So what's happening, what's likely to happen tomorrow in Tennessee, what has happened across the congressional map is likely not to stay in 2025, is likely to push forward and be very good news for Democrats come 2026.
Watch these margins tomorrow night. Republicans are a little bit jittery. Harriet, and great to see you this morning.
To see you.
Thank you very much.
So you just heard my interview with Democrat Afton Bain, who is suddenly in that high-stakes House race. But do Democrats really have a chance to flip that deep red Tennessee seat? And what about President Trump? Why, with everything else going on, has he set his sights on strong-arming Indiana?
Is Harry HasanAbi hit? No, fuck no. Come on, man. No. I mean, I'm sure he has seen my coverage of him and how much this community rides for him, but I highly doubt that he's a fan.
Republicans, my panel is back to answer those questions. So first on Afton Bain, I asked her about would she vote to keep the government open. She didn't exactly say. She didn't say. She said she'd take into consideration her constituents' concerns. Asked if she thought ICE should be abolished. She's showing up at AOC tomorrow at a tele-rally. She wouldn't say directly. Wouldn't say if she would vote for Hakeem Jeffries as speaker. She's leaned very hard on the issues of affordability. It just speaks to the fine line she has to walk at this critical moment.
Yeah, so she's pro-affordability, that's what I take.
Right.
But unwilling to really express opinions on other things. And yet, as you say, having AOC come in to appear with her, if she's trying to go for turnout of Democrats, seems to me she needs to be a little more forthright herself. And if she's trying to walk a line to attract independent-minded and maybe some Republican voters, she needs to speak out more, it seems to me. If for her to win this race would be a surprise. The fact that we're talking about the possibility she could win this race is a surprise, and whatever happens on Tuesday, a warning sign for Republicans.
Yeah, I was curious if she was going to dive into, she has a progressive past, if she would really dive into it, embrace it, and say, this is who I am, I'm going to fight for this, because this is where the politics are. This is where she sees her district at this moment. Especially since this is who she's appearing with. Or she has appeared. These Democrats have helped her in this race so far. Al Gore, she mentioned, coming tomorrow as part of that tele-rally. Pramila Jayapal, who's the leader of the one of the leaders, past leader of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, appearing with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And then Kamala Harris was out there recently, too, on a Get Out the Vote rally. These are people that not necessarily you'd consider, moderates.
Yeah. I think she's trying to do two things. On one hand, she is trying to give the appearance that she will, and I think it's genuine. She wants to show voters, particularly in those rural areas, that she is prepared to be a congresswoman for all of her constituents, which means even if she's a progressive member of the state house, she wants them to believe that she will be open-minded and listen to their concerns and be prepared to moderate her stances if that's what the district is reflecting. But on the other hand, she has a election she's trying to win on Tuesday.
Bro, I love that they still say shit like Kamala Harris, not a moderate. Yeah. I can't believe that Kamala Harris, the radical, is campaigning. When she didn't even actually endorse her. She was just there. I lived in Nashville for 6 years. I'm super surprised that she's doing so well, but I do think that Kamala hurt Bain's chances by getting involved. Yeah, I mean, I just don't. I think a lot of these previous Democratic failures oftentimes end up becoming, end up having more worth as like anti-endorsements, you know? Like Hillary Clinton refusing to endorse Zohran Mamdani the day prior to the election, probably a good thing, you know? Probably not a bad thing. He did win. She has a 100% success rate in reverse endorsements, to be fair.
Tuesday, which is why she's having all these surrogates from progressive to more, moderate establishment Democrats to help get out the vote, because I do think their polling must be showing them that it's close enough that she could actually pull this out if Democrats turn out.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, because Republicans are spending tons of money, both sides, in this final stretch. And Democrats really hope to ride their wave of momentum, which we've seen in special elections. And this year, look at the 2024 House margin versus this special election margin. If you compare apples to apples, those same districts, how they did last cycle versus the special elections this cycle, Democrats are doing better in almost in every single race by double digits, significantly improving their performance from the year before.
And I think this tells us what a godsend this affordability question is, because this race encapsulates the dilemma that Democrats have. They know they need their base to come out, as you said, in these elections.
What kind of election analysis is this? No, it's not a fucking godsend. It's just a reflection of how bad things have gotten. I mean, ultimately, who gives a fuck if Democrats win if they're not going to do anything about it, you know? I feel like that's more important than anything else.
But they need to talk to a much wider cohort of voters. Now, the question this election poses is whether affordability is such a powerful argument that it can, overcome some of the suspicions the more moderate voters have about these Democrats? And does it diffuse the normal MAGA attack lines, like this person's, very left-wing, they were for defund the police, et cetera, et cetera? Is affordability such a powerful force that it can supersede all of this?
We talked about redistricting, or we're going to talk about redistricting. Mm-hmm. There's a little warning flag about redistricting here. This is a district that was created by Republicans in 2022 to be a safe Republican district.
It's chopped up.
They chopped up Nashville into 3 different congressional districts in order to make it so. That's exactly what they're doing in states like Texas. And the warning sign is, by diluting these Republican districts, will they really run a risk of losing some seats that they thought were safe Republican
seats?
It's
such a good point, because it's actually exactly what's happening in Indiana right now. This week, the center of the political world is a ruby-red congressional district in Tennessee, the type of place where Democrats would ordinarily never have a chance. But both President Trump and the GOP congressman who recently resigned coasted to victory in Tennessee's 7th district, which encompasses parts of Nashville and wide swaths of rural areas. But suddenly, with less than 48 hours to go, both parties have poured millions in the final stretch, with Republicans scrambling to avert an electoral disaster. Joining me now is the Democrat who hopes to flip this seat and narrow the GOP's razor-thin House majority, Tennessee State Representative Afghan Bain. Representative Bain, thank you so much for being with me this morning. Really appreciate your time. As you know,
thank you for having me.
Absolutely. As you know, this is a district that is solidly red. Both Trump and GOP Congressman Mark Green wanted.
They won't say this on CNN, but DSA endorsed. And also anti-Israel. The biggest problem about this this situation is that, like, this was supposed to be a sleeper upset, but now it's very quickly elevated to national prominence, like the profile and the race itself.
By about 22 points, but your record is pretty progressive. So is that really in line with the more conservative voters in your district?
Well, the reason this race is competitive is because the Washington Republican agenda of delivering an economy that works for everyone has not delivered. And I think it's hilarious that Republicans and their billionaire friends are trying to spend millions to save a seat that they should win without thinking. But if we flip this seat, it will send a national message that the Republican Party needs to get serious about lowering healthcare costs.
And before we dive into some of those,
Great way to reframe that for like the conservative voters that might see this piece. Yeah, if you're a lifelong Republican, but you're mad at Trump right now for not delivering on the agenda, vote for me because it's a big message.
Aspects in your race. I do want to get your views on your party because there's been a debate since last year about the way forward in the party and the like, and voters still have a very low opinion of Democrats per many public polls. Even one recent poll showed that just 29% of Americans have a favorable view of Democrats. So what about your view about your party and your party's leaders, specifically about your party's leaders? Do you have confidence?
I hope she shits on the party here.
In your party's leaders?
Well, I've been running this race as a Democrat that cares about affordability, and I think that's what's going to win it for us. I think that there is a new generation of leadership in the party, and especially from the South, where we want to see Democratic leaders that step up, especially in moments like this that require a fearless, bold leadership. And that's what I'm offering the district, and I think it's resonating with voters.
If you had a chance to, would you vote for Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker?
We represent very different districts, and I've got 48 hours to flip a congressional district and really send a message to Washington, like I said, that they need to get serious about healthcare costs. Honestly, I haven't thought about it, but I want to say that I have been really grateful as someone who has organized in the South.
That sucks because she can't say no right now. Because he literally holds so much of the funding. But if she were to outright say no, it would boost her profile in the fucking race. Which is why she has to do this diplomatic no, you know? Like with Zoran, it's entirely different. I have more criticisms for Zoran, especially after he won, where he's like defending Hakeem Jeffries. But for her, and I would go so far as to say Zoran didn't need this in the lead up either. If they were to ask Zoran, like, oh, do you think Hakeem Jeffries is a good leader? Zoran Mamdani actually criticized him quite a bit. And it's really beneficial for her to be able to do that openly. But the problem is, because of the extraordinary amount of attention on this race now, she kind of is stuck because Hakeem Jeffries can't just like pull back from funding her campaign all of a sudden.
Her entire life. I've been very grateful for the national support in this race. Tennessee is often a state that is overlooked and disinvested in, and to see national surrogates and national supporters providing monetary support and jumping in, it really means a lot to all of us. We welcome it all.
Yeah, speaking of that, I mean, because we are seeing both sides sending these big name surrogates in these final hours.
No, her district hates Hakeem Jeffries. The voters, dude, Hakeem Jeffries is nationally deeply unpopular. The reason why she can't fucking shit on Hakeem Jeffries is because he holds a lot of power within the Democratic Party right now. It would be tremendously beneficial. If Hakeem Jeffries was like a smarter politician and a better leader, he would literally let her shit all over him. But the reason why she's giving this diplomatic answer is because there's uncertainty. Clearly.
Hours before Tuesday, and tomorrow, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is holding a tele-rally for you. Are you in line with her ideologically?
Like I said, I think that there is a strain of the Democratic Party that cares about holding corporations accountable and lowering costs for working families. And my politics are one in alignment of that. I've been, as a state legislator, I've worked to eliminate Tennessee's regressive grocery tax. As an organizer, I work to make healthcare more affordable in the state of Tennessee. And so I think those are the Democratic leaders and candidates that I really resonate with, are those that are trying to lower costs for working families.
Yeah, because Trump has been calling you, quote, the AOC of Tennessee. So, I mean, aren't you just feeding?
Yeah. AOC is another figure that probably isn't very popular in Tennessee, but has like decent approval nationally, I would say, as opposed to other high-profile Democrats who have really low approval ratings. I mean, the Democrats like AOC in Tennessee, but her district is not just Democrats, you know?
Into that narrative by appearing with her?
Like I said, we're really grateful for the support across the political spectrum. And if you and for your listeners, the Teletown Hall also features former Vice President Al Gore, who is a Tennessee legend. So I look at it as iconic that you have Democrats from all political stripes joining in on this moment and saying, we are standing up to what is happening in Washington, and we want to be part of the solution rather than the problem.
Yeah, because some of those you're campaigning with, including AOC, have called for ICE to be abolished. You have been sharply critical of the.
Oh my God, Manu! What are you doing? I can't tell if he's just trying to rat fuck her. Fuck. Dude, these guys have one speed, bro. What the fuck is going on? He's literally, are you working for the RNC rapid response team? What the fuck? He's literally designing these questions, perhaps in the worst way possible, so that they get instantly cut and posted on the rapid response networks. Holy shit. Hey, can you speak into the microphone clearly real quick to say that you love defunding ICE and fuck ICE? Don't you feel like ICE are brave soldiers working tirelessly to defend the American boundaries? Why do you hate crime and punishment? Or sorry, rather, why do you love crime and hate punishment?
ICE raids in Nashville, but do you think that ICE should be abolished?
Like I said, I've got 48 hours to flip this congressional district and have been.
Hey, can you make broad claims in your currently purplish district that's deep red? Can you just make some fucking wide swings here? Cinemarxism, this answer should be easy yes with anyone with a soul. Yeah, it's a fucking plus 25 Trump district, man. Calm down, okay? Even if her answer is yes, you're trying to win a fucking election. Jesus Christ. The person that you're talking about literally cheered on disrupting ICE activity interstate. What do you mean? If you don't think that this is a real one, I don't know what to fucking tell you, you know? DSA endorsed openly talked about like disrupting ICE activity in her fucking neighborhood, celebrated that shit, and you're still like, no, obviously, if you have any good conscience in a fucking plus 25 Trump district that everyone is literally looking at, is like, wow, I can't believe it. I cannot fucking believe that this is even a point of contention. This is a competition at all. And you're over here being like, why isn't she saying that she wants to abolish the commodity form? Like, okay, I don't know. Maybe because she's trying to win a fucking election.
Dogged about the message of affordability. And that's not what I'm hearing in the district. What I'm hearing is people, especially rural voters, are driving 4 hours to a hospital without care. We've got veterans that are going without, care because the VA hasn't been fully funded. And so these aren't the issues that I'm hearing about in the district. What I am hearing about is that grocery costs are high, utility bills are high, rent is high, and there's no kind of end in sight. And so my message has been one to lower costs, and I think it's resonating.
Yeah. She literally was on video saying bullying ICE officers is a major win, that they were able to successfully disrupt ICE operations
across the district, which is why this race is so close.
Well, you have been critical of the past on these ICE raids. Do you think all these ICE raids in Nashville should stop?
I mean, it's been hard. I'm in my district, I represent a Hispanic community, and I'm also a social worker. And so prior to that ICE incident, I was out knocking doors in my district, talking to Hispanic constituents who said that we are concerned about the overreach of our federal government. And so as a lawmaker, I represent 60,000 voters. As a congresswoman, I'll represent 400, 700,000 voters. And so I take into consideration the real issues that these voters and my constituents are living with. One of which is they don't want their federal government overreaching in their communities.
Some of your past tweets have gotten attention, including in 2020 when you posted then a deleted.
Mono! Shut the fuck up! Oh, brother! Oh my God! Man, what the fuck, bro? Bro, what the fuck? Yo, I swear to God, CNN is more adversarial to a fucking left flank upset than they are to like Randy Fine, who is the fattest version of Adolf Hitler that has ever existed throughout many different formations. This is the fattest one we've ever seen. And they literally would just sit there and act as though he's like a fucking normal person. Meanwhile, well, you have old tweets. Why did you post old tweet? Why would you post? What were you posting at Peak Woke? Yeah, this is
great.
Yeah, this was awesome.
We've got our girl squad and we're bullying the ICE vehicles and state troopers. So this is a win. Your favorite blonde state rep. Her phone's always at 1%. I think my superlative is most likely to always have her phone at 1%. So,
Did you text that?
no, I'm still here. Okay, so we're waiting for my phone to charge. Let me send this to Emily and the girl. There we go. Okay. Did he let them go? Oh, people.
Us?
Yeah, they think we were arrested. My live cut out. Yeah, well, it's because your girl can't keep her phone charged. So they're probably running our information. Nikki, tell us what's transpired tonight.
So we found the ICE and the THP people. I did not put makeup on because this was not
Okay,
planned.
then I'll put it back.
No, I mean,
you're
it's
good?
fine.
Okay.
I've already seen it.
Okay.
We found the ICE and the THP people, and then we followed them to the gas station, and I took their spot at the gas station, so I think that made them a little upset. And then I tried to go in the gas station, go to the bathroom, but the gas station people would not let me go, even though I told
told them I really had to. And then when I got out, they were leaving, so I left too. And then they pulled into another parking lot. And when I pulled into the other parking lot behind them, then they flicked their lights to pull us over and accused me of running a red light.
So there we are.
So here we are.
Tomato, tomato.
Help.
Okay, why do you think that they came up to my side, the state trooper came up to my side of the window and not Nikki's window? Why do you think that happened?
Also, she did not have to give her ID. Am I correct? I know I'm correct because I asked this earlier.
So why do you think that...
This is awesome and good, okay? There's a difference between me showing this and actually talking about how fucking awesome this is and the correct thing to do versus Manu Raju posting it on CNN amidst the fucking campaign, okay, in a hostile manner. Do you understand? That's why she's not going to fucking answer the question of being like, well, what about your old tweets? She's not going to fucking answer that question on CNN the same way that she would in a situation like mine, with an audience like mine. I think there's two reasons. I think two reasons why CNN does this. One, because of Israel, obviously, like her position on Israel. And two, this once again is a major blow to the establishment Democrat narrative that Zoran's politics only works in New York City. New York City is not plus 25 Trump. The district that she is potentially going to win, inshallah, tomorrow, is all of a sudden DSA endorsements in Tennessee. If a DSA endorsed candidate in Tennessee that's anti-Israel fucking wins an impossible race like this, it's over. What can fucking Matt Iglesias write about? He will kill himself. Think about that. He literally has spent his entire life being like, this kind of politics only works in big cities. I mean, think about that. Think about Ezra Klein. What will Ezra Klein talk about? At least unlike Matty Iglesias, I think Ezra Klein will read the tea leaves and then, I don't know, try to restructure his abundance argument to be like, well, Afton Bain won because she's an abundist. But Matt Iglesias is so antagonistic to any sort of expression of left politics that he probably would kill himself if she wins. Save yourself the time and retract the suicide statement? What? Why? I didn't say he should. What do you mean? No, clippers and all, but like nothing I said is like clippable. They're just going to call Nashville a big city? Yeah, except this is a part of Nashville alongside, this is a specifically crafted district that's supposed to be, this is a specifically crafted district that's supposed to be better for Republicans.
It then deleted a post that said, quote, good morning, especially to the 54% of Americans that believe burning down a police station is justified. Another, you appear to support supportive of a demand to, quote, defund the police. Do you regret posting those comments?
Fuck you, man. Fuck you. This dude. Fuck you. Actually, fuck you. Fuck off. Fuck off. God damn, bro. CNN is so ass. Oh my God. I'm sorry. If you're supposed to be the liberal, impartial, unbiased news outlet and your line of questioning is identical to what Jesse Waters would ask, then maybe you're not impartial and unbiased.
Yeah, I said that during the George Floyd moment when the entire country was demanding accountability and safer policing. And what I've always believed is that communities need investment. They need investment to be safe. They need investment in mental health responders, first responders, and youth programs to reduce that crime. And, you know, I was a private citizen back then, and now I'm a lawmaker. Like I said, I represent 60,000 voters with diverse political opinions. And what I hear.
Yeah, and then the next question is, so your opinion has changed on policing. Your opinion has evolved, so why did you say it?
Hear from families across the 7th district is that they want safe neighborhoods and they want to lower the cost of living, and that's where my priorities are.
So should you not have posted those?
Like I said, I'm a lawmaker now, and so
Yeah, see, I called it. I knew exactly where he was going to go with that question. Bro, what the fuck is this piece of shit doing? It wasn't an interview, it was a hit job. My God, I wish you would just push Republicans as hard as you pushed her. What a bunch of dumbass questions. Do you think ICE should be abolished? Do you support AOC? She's trying to win a seat based on affordability, not this bullshit line of questioning. Why are you surprised at all? No. This goes beyond. No, I'm surprised because this is... Dude. I'm surprised because it's a fucking red seat. Okay? It is a fucking red seat. And even CNN, under previous standards, would not try to rat fuck a red seat race that's this close, that's this big of an upset chance at the last hour. The line of questioning, no, not old CNN, no, in general. Okay, you guys need to understand something, okay? Doing this to Zoran is different than doing this to Afton Bain. Because even if Zoran loses, in the eyes of CNN, it's still like Andrew Cuomo victory, whatever. Who cares? This is, if Afton Bain loses, the drama goes away, right? The drama goes away from their perspective if they only care about like propaganda purposes, or if they only care about like the marketability of candidates and whatnot. This is a major upset. They're trying to put their hand on the scale and tilt it against Afton Bain, the underdog here. It goes beyond like, I mean, this is like aggressively ideological, I think.
I wouldn't post things like that now and haven't because I've definitely matured. And I think that speaks to the moment as well that I've spent 10 years organizing in a state to ensure that communities are able to access investment for community response and safety. And I'll do the same as the next Congresswoman for the 7th Congressional District.
I do want to ask you about an attack line from Republicans, because this is a comment you made in 2020 about Nashville. It's gotten a lot of attention in your race. Let's listen to this.
Oh, come on. I mean, that last one is so stupid. But you already ran the attack lines. I mean, I guess this is not that different. What the fuck's going on with Manu Raju, man? He just fucking despises this person. He's operating like this is an enemy.
I hate the city. I hate the Bachelorettes. I hate the pedal taverns. I hate country music. I hate all of the things that make Nashville, apparently, an it city to the rest of the country, but I hate it.
I know you said those comments were taken out of context, but I want to ask you about it because I'm wondering, do you think it was a mistake to say that?
What? I know you said it's out of context. Do you think it's a mistake? No, what's the context? That's what you're supposed to ask. What's the context? Can you contextualize these statements? He jumped over that point to specifically be like, don't you think it was stupid that you said that? Don't you hate that you said that? Fuck you, Manu. Oh my God. CNN hasn't been sold yet. And this motherfucker is already moving like it has.
Once again, I was a private citizen. Nashville is my home. Do I roll my eyes at the bachelorette parties and the pedal taverns that are blocking my access to my house? Yeah, every Nashvilleian does. But this race has always been something bigger. It's about families across Middle Tennessee that are getting crushed by rising prices, while Washington politicians and billionaires argue about this type of nonsense. And so, once again, I've been steadfast and dogged in my message about addressing the affordability crisis in Tennessee. And like I said, the race is close because that is what I've been doing.
So this fall, after 43 days, the longest government shutdown in American history, just 6 Democrats voted with Republicans in the House to reopen the government. Virtually all.
You want to know what my actual criticism is? Here, controversial. Because I like her. I think she's solid. You want to know what the real criticism is here? She's not saying how, at least in these interviews. And that's very important. Because Zoran didn't just say, oh, I'm going to solve affordability. He actually said what he was going to do specifically. He went to the public. He figured out what are some areas of improvement that we can immediately get across. This is a major issue. I think a lot of Democrats heard that Zoran won on affordability and are running like that. Now, I will say there is a little bit of policy there, at least where she says, oh, healthcare is a major problem. Affordability around healthcare is a major problem. And what she is doing kind of feels like to me of it almost sounds like she just read somebody else's homework and is just trying to recite it offhand. And I say this as someone who likes her, and I'm very excited for her to win. Yeah. Or as the gays would say, reheated nachos. Exactly. And we can't be doing that. Now, you might say there wasn't a lot of time for this campaign to be initiated. There wasn't a lot of time for this campaign to be implemented, where they could not have locked in and locked down. Hasan explaining opportunism without wanting to start a fight in chat. No, I'm first of all, if I thought she was an opportunist, I would say it. I like her. She's a social worker. Automatically. If you're gonna have a judge and they've done public defender work, I'm always gonna like that. If you're gonna have a politician who comes from a background of being a public school teacher, part of the union, or a social worker, I'm always gonna like that. These are great jobs. These are exactly the type of jobs that you want politicians to have had prior. Okay. Much better than a fucking lawyer, much better than a cop, much better than a veteran. No disrespect. But that's exactly what I like seeing. And I don't think that she is an opportunist in general. I'm simply stating that I think she had not a lot of time to put this shit together. And I'm sure they have policies, but I should be hearing some of them, especially when one of the best things that Zoran did. Public defender is a lawyer? No, look, I mean a prosecutor. I apologize. Public defender background is different than, the prosecutor side. Or like a fucking corporate lawyer. My point is, this is not only better, yeah, Zoran wouldn't just deflect on every attack to the real issue of affordability. as the Shatter is correctly pointing out, he would state exactly how he's going to solve a certain problem, right? Simply going back and doing judo to be like, well, I care about affordability, these guys don't, that's not going to be enough. Because you got to tell people how you're going to help them. And I think the faster Democrats identify that, the better it is. Now, this is actually quite simple for left flank candidates in general, because there are pre-existing issues that they can lean into, right? Medicare for all is a great example of this. Nah, she's messing into Republicans. No, I don't think that's the case, because what I'm talking about is not, the policies are not ideological, especially at a time when the Democratic Party refuses to identify themselves with these policies. It's actually quite beneficial for you to just say, no, this is what I'm about. I'm about, like, I don't know what her district looks like, so I can't speak on it, but like maybe there's a public transit issue, or maybe there's an issue with like housing that is specific to that locality, specific to that district. But identifying that and saying that that is going to be a key part of your policy making, a key part of your agenda, is absolutely what you're supposed to be doing. And like I said, if you're already a left flank candidate, regardless, you could just say Medicare for all. That's easy. That's easy buckets. Okay. That's easy money. So just simply saying I care about affordability and then leaving it that will come across as hollow. You cannot lean into people's capacity to believe without giving them something to get excited by. Okay? What? I 100% agree with you. She doesn't need the policies. No, you're dumb. No, you're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. I'm sorry. No. You want to win Republicans in a fucking plus 25 Republican district? It can't just be an anti-Trump pick. There is no reason to fucking rely on the anti-Trump pick in a plus 25 district. You're wrong. You have to sell. You have to sell why people should vote for you instead of the fucking pro-Trump person. Nah, I'm in Tennessee. You just don't understand the district. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't need to understand the district. I don't need to understand the district. This is what I talk about professionally every fucking day. What do you mean? Your argument is, well, this district is different. You don't understand Tennessee. They really hate Trump there. Okay, it doesn't matter. Adding policies onto that is not going to harm you. No, you have to stand for something. You have to tell people what you're going to give them, okay? That's it. You have to tell people what you're going to give to them. You can't just like lean into just affordability and the I'm not Donald Trump and I'm going to be an anti-Trump pick and then expect people to vote, okay? A lot of people, I think, got the wrong message once again, where they thought, oh, if you just say you're for affordability, then people will respond to you. Okay, this really illustrates your argument. While she does have an actual page for Substack, it doesn't show. Feed kids, fix roads, fund hospitals. I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's a good start. I actually am Tennessee and you're wrong. What the fuck can she do in a Congress that isn't pushing anything, though? A junior congressperson isn't setting the agenda. There's no cohesion in progressive U.S. Congress versus being the executive chief in Zoran's case. Wait, what? No Democrat should ever say they're in favor of Medicare for all. Obviously, they will never be able to get that agenda across, so they should never say that they're for certain policies. You're right. You're right, chatter. Every Democrat at all times should be... Wait, why did you hate Kamala Harris? I mean, she advocated for the things within the confines of reason, right? I don't understand why you ever had any criticism of Kamala Harris at all. As a matter of fact, she actually was the reasonable pick. She wasn't Donald Trump. She was the reasonable pick. I thought we weren't supposed to cater to the Republicans. No, of course you're supposed to win Republican votes. You're not supposed to win Republican votes by trying to be racist. You're not trying to win Republican votes when you go, oh, I'm going to be more racist than my opponent. That is wrong. What you're supposed to do instead is go, hey, racist Republicans in Tennessee, would you like cheaper housing? I'm going to give it to you. Hey, are you a Republican racist from the district in Tennessee that voted by 22 points for Donald Trump in the last election cycle, but you realize that he's not giving any of the things, he's not doing any of the things he said he was going to do for you? Well, guess what? I'm going to give you free healthcare. I'm going to fight for free healthcare. A vote for me is a vote for free healthcare for you. You can be just as racist as you want to be, but this time you're going to have free healthcare. That's how you're supposed to do it. Not by going, hey, are you a racist from Tennessee? I am the racist pick for you. Okay? I am the racist pick for you. I'm going to be so much more racist. Yeah, sure. In the past, I was talking about how I want to disrupt ICE raids or how police should be defunded. But I just realized in the last 2 months that I'm going to be more racist than my opponent. I am the real reasonable racist. Please vote for me. That's not how it's going to work. That's not how it works ever, okay? My point always has been, of course you need to win the votes of Republicans. You just should not try to win their votes by leaning into social issues from a reactionary framework. You should win their votes by going, hey, racists need housing too. Racists need healthcare too, okay? That's it. The other side of the story, of course, or the irony of this is that you can't even win racist votes by being racist. Kamala Harris lost. Kamala Harris was literally saying, I have a better anti-immigration agenda than Donald Trump. I'm a serious person. I will seriously deal with the anti-immigrant agenda. Donald Trump will not. Look what happened. Did it work? I'm going to build a better wall than Donald Trump. Oh, it turns out nobody fucking believed you and you look like an asshole. You look like a fucking liar. So yeah, it's bad politics and bad policy. And it's ineffective campaigning. Oh, I'm going to have a lethal military. I'm going to have the most lethal military. Yeah, but people don't read that as racist, Hasan. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Oh my God. My point is, there is no reason to lean into reactionary framing on issues such as this one when your opposition has a lot more legitimacy in terms of solving that grievance. Just like a Republican, as it stands, doesn't have a lot of credibility when it comes to solving healthcare that Democrats do. Democrats don't have a lot of credibility in taking a more militant approach to people, to dealing with people coming over the border, okay? It's so fucking dumb. I don't know how many times I have to describe this shit. Some of y'all don't listen. Yes, Ryan Fusay, thank you. Why would you vote for a new racist, an unproven racist, when you have a documented and experienced racist? If you're a single issue voter and your issue is racism, you're going to go with the experienced racist. Because he's already, he's already shown you what his opinions are. He's already shown you what his worldview looks like. He's already shown you that he is the guy. He is the fucking guy. Nobody wants the diet version when they could get the full strength soda. And also, the Zoran agenda is successful everywhere, for the record. It's not just successful in New York, it's successful everywhere. A new majority of voters, 63%, support a Medicare for All system that would eliminate most private insurance plans, replace premiums with higher taxes, guarantee health coverage for everyone, eliminate most out-of-pocket costs like copays and deductibles. We also find support for Medicare for All is resilient, even after voters hear opposing arguments that the plan would raise taxes and give the government too much control over health care. You understand?
All Democrats.
Anyway, fuck Manu Raju. I can't believe this interview, man.
Including your party leaders voted no because there was no new health care policy included in it. So if you were in the House at the time, would you have voted with your party leaders to keep the government closed or with Republicans to open it?
I want to highlight an anecdote from the district that I think encapsulates how voters felt. I was at a healthcare town hall in Clarksville, and a Black female veteran who works at the Social Security office burst into tears. This was during, I think the government shutdown had just ended perhaps. And she, in her tears said, why do I have to trade my pain for someone else's, alluding to the fact that, the Democrats, were holding out to ensure the ACA subsidies. So I want to flag that I think there's a lot more nuance in politics that we're not giving credit for. And I'm someone who always listens to my constituents.
What is the music playing in the background? She's literally in a fucking room, and in the other room, there's a party going on.
And more importantly, like most people don't want to think about government, and the fact that they've had their government front and center for the past 9 months or 12 months speaks to the fact that they just want a government that works effectively for the people and to deliver lowering costs for them. And so I just, there's a lot of nuance, and I'm someone who always listens to my constituents, and I would have taken that into consideration in that vote.
So if you had, but it's a yes or no vote, so how would you have voted?
At this point, I'm not a congresswoman. Like I said, I would have wanted to hold a bunch of town halls across the district to see what folks thought, because I heard from a lot of, especially employees that work in federal government, that they've gone 2.5 pay periods without pay. However, I've heard from constituents who also want to ensure that the ACA subsidies remain. So
it's so crazy. This is already, it ended. What the fuck's your problem? Why are you trying to get a gotcha in on a hypothetical that she doesn't even have the, like a hypothetical that ended, by the way? What would you do on 9/11? Why would you let 9/11 happen if you were in Congress? Why wouldn't you stop 9/11 from happening if you were in Congress at the time? Okay, I don't fucking know. What do you mean? Like, she's not even running for Senate. So her position on whether she would fund the whether she would vote to continue funding the government or not is not even like a controversial one. It was actually controversial in the Senate. It was impactful in the Senate. So, like, I don't even know why a congressperson has been asking this when they're a representative. Yeah, he should basically tie this off by being like, what's the first place you would go to if you won your race? And why is it not Israel? Do you hate the Jews? Just fucking run it, dude. Run it, run it.
It was a tough decision, and I would have voted with my district.
Okay. All right, Tennessee State Representative Afton Bain, thank you so much for joining me this morning. Really appreciate your time.
I'm surprised he didn't hit that. That's weird.
All right, tomorrow, voters head to...
Yeah, his next question, do you condemn Hasan Piker?
The polls in Tennessee, choosing between Republican candidate Matt Van Exel.
I will say also, this is low-key exactly what I was talking about when I said, like, Zoran-style candidates that are adjusted to domestic, like, the local politics and the local demographic concerns or whatever the fuck. Because, like, she is the most Tennessee woman. Like, I don't know how successful a run would look like if you had like a Muslim socialist in Tennessee. Not to say that it wouldn't be successful. I'll never say that. But I will, however, say her being a blonde woman with a name like Afton Bain probably helps. Okay? Like, when you got one of those Kaylele, Braylele ass names, dude, it probably helps a lot. It probably helps a lot when you're running in the South, you know? Yeah, we need to, not to say that, like, we only need to run white people in the South. I'm not saying that at all. But when you got a white person who has a Braylele ass name, and on top of that, she's got good politics, it's great. But her opponent is a male vet, which makes it a bit of a wash. I don't think Americans give a fuck about veterans as much as you think they do. First of all, if everyone is a vet, then no one is a vet. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's so many fucking vets. What are you talking about? Look at Mitch McConnell versus, what's her face? The drone operator. There are plenty of instances where Democrats run vets all the time in the South, and nobody gives a shit. Amy McGrath, exactly. Amy McGrift.
Or Democrat candidate Afton Ben in the special election for the state's 7th congressional district. Democrats have poured millions into this race in an attempt to flip this red district blue. But there is new controversy surrounding that Democrat candidate over previous comments like this.
Yeah, they can't lengthen her beard, that's for sure. Exactly. I'm sure they tried to make her look weird by, I don't know. They tried to figure out a way to like maybe make her look like Latino or something, but she's so fucking blonde, dude.
I've been heavily involved with the Nashville mayoral race because I hate the city. I hate the bachelorettes. I hate the pedal taverns. I hate country music.
Well, good thing we watched the Manu Raju piece. Good thing we watched that because it's identical to the Fox News piece. Hey, I'm glad that we're watching this back to back. Let's see how different the Fox News coverage is than the hit piece that CNN dropped. And by the way, for those of you who are wondering, we did look at the comments on the CNN hit piece, and straight up, everybody was like, "What the fuck is this? What is CNN doing?" Like the audience was not fucking with Manu at all. They were like, "The fuck? Is this Fox News? What are you doing?"
President Trump and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are reportedly set to hold tele-rallies for the two candidates on their respective parties, with some saying that this contest is a possible indicator for how the midterms might go.
Yeah, also, hating on annoying tourists is a winning message in every district is correct, especially one that has any part of Nashville. I feel like Fox is playing this up as like from the national Republican Party perspective. They don't understand that this is like probably really fucking annoying for regular Nashvillians, you know? But they think like, oh, they'll hear that she said she hates country music. She's a woke libtard. Meanwhile, probably, first of all, everyone in Nashville is a woke libtard regardless, but that's besides the point. But it's like saying you don't like going to the fucking Abbey because it's all bachelorette parties. Okay? If someone says that about the Abbey, most gay people that have been to the Abbey that are from WeHo are going to be like, oh, this guy knows ball. Okay? They're not going to think you're being homophobic. If anything, it beefs up your support in the constituency. Or yeah, someone from New York saying they fucking despise Times Square. Yeah, maybe for like people who go and visit New York, Times Square is a wonderful experience. So they could present that as someone like hating New York, but it actually boosts your local cred. This man knows balls. Exactly.
That's how you really feel, Afton. Republican National Committee Senior Advisor Danielle Alvarez joins us now. Danielle, good morning to you.
Dude, what is... Fox News is operating on 240p
We're talking about
auto.
Tennessee District 7.
Is busted.
It's an area that President Trump won by 22 points in 2024. And this race tomorrow is expected to be tighter than that. Is that raising any alarm bells within the administration?
Oh, it's definitely raising fucking alarm bells within the admin. President Trump on Democrats' new left-wing lunatic Afton Bain.
How the hell can you elect taxes? You want to raise your taxes on top of everything else. But she said two things above all else that bothered me. Number one, she hates Christianity. Number two, she hates country music. How the hell can you elect a person like that? So I just want to give my total support, and he's had it right from the beginning, to Matt Van Epps. He's going to be a fantastic congressman. He's going to represent you so well, and we'll keep our agenda going. And
Yeah,
I'm going
Trump,
to make a
Trump
call
famously
tonight
a lover of country music.
About 7 or 8 o'clock. I'm doing a tele-rally for him tonight. So if anybody wants to listen, basically I'll be saying the same things I just said. He's fantastic, and go get him and get out tomorrow morning. Get out and vote. and let's make it a sweeping victory. The whole world is watching Tennessee right now, and they're watching your district. The whole world. It's a big vote. It's going to show something, and it's got to show that the Republican Party is stronger than it's
All right,
ever been.
President Trump live at the rally with Speaker Mike Johnson, as this election is very important.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, and this is the right call. The fact that they have to fucking grovel and beg like this shows it's a Trump 22 district. Trump plus 22 district. It is, everything is collapsing. The entire world is collapsing around Donald Trump right now. And if Afton Bain wins tomorrow, oh my fucking God. Oh my God. It's not just Matt Iglesias that's on suicide watch. Who knows? Who knows what could happen for the Republicans? It is, oh God, oh my Lord, it will be fucking glorious, okay? Anyway, Adam Carlson reports, Bain is still definitely an underdog going into tomorrow. She has a shot at pulling off the upset, but she needs to pull an inside straight. To my eye, she needs pretty much all of these things to happen. Win 70% in Davidson County, home to 1/3 of Nashville. Squeeze out as many votes in Davidson County as possible, boosting his vote share to be more than 22% of the district that it was last November. Keep Montgomery County, home to Clarksville, within 5 points. Hold Van Epps to less than 65% in Nashville suburbs, Williamson, Robertson, Dixon, Cheatham, Hickman, ideally with weak relative turnout. Hold Van Epps to plus under 70% in rural counties, Humphrey, Stewart, Wayne, Decatur, Benton, Houston, Perry, ideally with weak relative turnout. Part of what makes this district so difficult for Bain and the Democrats is that the suburbs behave more like exurbs, politically speaking. They are blood red with basically no blue pockets. There's nowhere else for Dems to run up margins apart from Nashville and parts of Clarksville. Pretty much everywhere else is about limiting the degree of damage and praying for weak turnout. I'm by no means a Tennessee political expert. Volunteer state politicos, please tell me if I'm wrong on any of this stuff. Tennessee's gerrymandered to hell. I mean, the fact that like polling is showing incredibly well is still good, though. It's not necessarily that they will be red, okay? It's more so that do you want, it's going to be red regardless, but the areas that are deep red, hopefully they won't go out in large numbers because they're already pissed off, didn't know that there was an election happening. That's why we wanted this to be, that's why a lot of people wanted this to be like a sleeper hit. But of course that's gone now, right? Because if this race was not nationally prominent, then Afton Bain had a much larger chance of upset. But now that it's nationally relevant, Trump is literally doing a fucking teleconference. You know what I mean? He's trying to bring out as many voters as possible from those deep red areas. We want to make sure that those deep red areas don't turn out. They're like, ugh, I don't want to. I don't really give a shit. Fuck Donald Trump. I'm not going to go out and vote for the Democrat, but like I'm not going to reward Trump by going out and voting for him. He already won. He already got my vote, but he hasn't delivered on his promise. If he was actually delivering on his promise, maybe I'd think differently. Okay? It's going to have good turnout for a special, but it's going to be much lower than a presidential among Republicans. Dems are going to be supercharged. Oh, yeah. No, that's a given.
Hi, everyone. Representative Afton Bain, the Democratic nominee for the 7th.
Apparently, it's also slated to snow tomorrow, so that's good.
Congressional special election. I am yet again out in Clarksville canvassing, whereas my opponent is behind the big pearly gates of a Williamson County mega mansion, meeting with the puppet masters and power brokers of the universe, whereas I'm talking to actual people out in the area. I humbly ask for your.
If I were to talk to Republicans in Tennessee, I'd also bring up the fact that I get no AIPAC money on top of that, and do the thing that she did in the beginning of the CNN interview, which is like, listen, I'm going to be a representative for you no matter what your party affiliation is. And this is a real opportunity to tell Trump that you're upset with his agenda because he's too busy doing stuff overseas, right, with those fucking foreign nations and not busy enough at home. Donald Trump has left the Tennesseans behind, okay? We got real Tennessee-ass issues here, and Trump is not doing enough to solve them. He's over there giving $40 billion to Argentina.
Your vote tomorrow. Polls open at 7 a.m. They will close at 7 p.m. If you're in line, stay in line. I know I've been living rent-free in the president's mind the past few days, and I'll just say, sir, you are the leader of the free world, and you're beefing with a 5
That's a good-ass line. Air Force One is never here. I like that.
4 blonde who had a Hot Girls Hit Curbs bumper sticker on her car. Come on. Guys, the reason they're coming after me so hard is because they don't
Yeah, she is a Faillennial. Faillennials rise up. So is Zoran, though.
have a plan to address what the rising cost of healthcare, the rising cost of groceries, and that's why they're coming after me. And you know what? Such is life. We've built a cavalry. We've got all the momentum on our side. We just need folks to show up. So as you are able, phone bank, text, call your second cousin who lives in Decatur County. Make sure they have a plan to vote tomorrow. Weather's going to be icy, but that's okay because every single election I've won, the weather has been treacherous, and I'll take my chances. So honored to run for this seat. Humbly ask for your vote. Let's go out and win this. Let's shock the country and let's shock the nation and send a message to Washington.
Let's shock the world. What if she brought up the Jews instead of foreign nations? Yeah, there's no reason to say those sorts of things. The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, what if she was like, hey, I love Nick Fuentes, instead of whatever the fuck she's been doing so far that has actually made this a close race? You read the dumbest fucking chatters, bro? Yeah, exactly. I'm reading one right now. What do you have to say to that? Fucking got your ass, dude. Fucking got your ass. Yeah, you need a little shake. I'm going to shake you a little bit and slap you a little bit too. But yeah, it's crazy that Donald Trump is truth posting here. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, I can't do Wokelahoma because I have to go. I have to get ready for my flight and shit. So that's all I got for today. At least for the time being. I love you all. But like I said, I got to get ready. Tomorrow when I'm live, I'm going to be live from Ireland.